Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, JMails24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Google and Discord so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
How's it going?
Hello. How's it going with you?
It's going.
That's good to hear. Good to be back in the hot seat after a weekend off.
Yeah, well, my hot seat was last night. Very, very funny. But, like, when is it going to end? Like the ice wall and all of that nonsense. You think it'll ever, like, end?
I got a comment about that. Somebody saying that we pick strange things to go up against. And then they were saying, why is it that you're going up against ether? And you're like, well, that's fair enough. If you're an ether believer, you're going to moan about me going up against ether. And then they said, and ice walls. Why would you go up against ice walls? I'm like, well, because it's got nothing to do with Earth measurement in terms of how flat it is versus how ball-shaped it isn't when measured flat to create a ball. Who cares if there's an ice wall? It's inconsequential to the subject as far as I'm concerned. It's only there to make us sound like nutters. Why are you bringing it up? When will the ice wall end? What does that mean from your perspective, Neil?
I haven't seen my youngest brother in a couple of years. He was over last night because it was my one of my son's birthdays. So we get into a conversation about flat Earth. And my son, who I realize he's just in pain. So he just keeps saying, there's 2 points in the sky, that's it, the argument's over. Just when I was explaining to my brother about pitch data on my flat table, breaking down flight to him, he just started screaming, there's 2 points in the sky, there's 2 points in the sky. And then I heard my brother say, Jacob, God, I want to listen to your dad because why did the government lie about ice walls? I said, oh, God, now I got to deal with this ice wall stuff? I'm talking about how Earth's measured. One's talking about 2 points in the sky, and my brother that I haven't seen in 3 years talking about the government lying about an ice wall surrounding us. Like, you can't win.
Yeah, the deck has definitely been stacked against us from our own side's perspective, I would say.
So basically, I had to tell him, forget about an ice wall if there is or there isn't. I'm trying to explain to you how Earth is measured. And it's measured flat. But everyone, always. This is not in debate at all. So he was comprehending that. But, it was very hard with my son yelling from the sidelines about 2 points in the sky.
What about them?
That's what I said. I said, Jacob, first of all, what about them? We don't even know what the sky is. I'm talking about how Earth is measured. And it's measured flat.
Having 2 points in the sky? Okay. And?
Well, according to him, there's one in the north, one in the south. That's a ball.
The north
That's
and
the only
south
thing
are
that
flat
explains
Earth.
it.
They're flat Earth directions. So when you say north, okay, point north. Get him to point north next time.
Yeah, I took him through all of that. That's why I said he's in pain. He's not stupid, he understands, but he's not ready to give it up yet. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I don't know. That can't be helped, Neil, I guess.
Yeah, it's just my burden to bear. But I just found it strange that I hadn't spoken to my brother in 3 years, and then there was my other brother sitting there, and he's with this science. He thinks science explains everything. I had to tell him, John, we're talking about measurements, not science. He looked at me with these weird eyes. He said, we're talking about measurements. That's geometry. You're talking about science, cause and effect. Well, you're in a category error. But he's indoctrinated with pseudoscience. The whole world is, Nathan. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Who was that? Mumbling.
Oh no, I said I was agreeing with Neil. So you have debates like with your siblings and son, and it doesn't get chaotic where police have to show up. That's good, at least.
No, because my wife comes in and shuts it down. Not enough. We're here to celebrate Josiah's birthday. Not if the earth is flat or not. It's flat. Mm, she knows, but she doesn't think it's as important as telling everybody about how Jesus died for their sins.
I'm inclined to agree with her. The game we're involved in, and every time we have debates / discussions about the subject, we're kind of assisting the us versus them paradigm, which is conducive with a control structure that in previous years we've fought against, but it again makes us sound like nutters if we do it in the face of flat Earth measurements. Regardless of which side you sit on, Earth's measured flat. But having us fight about it is the whole point. So in many ways we are involving ourselves in a debate that shouldn't be, because as you've pointed out, it's flat for everyone, and it doesn't make any difference if we discuss it. The only thing that does help the us versus them situation is if we discuss it when it's not worthy of discussion. Do you see what I mean? So it's a catch-22. Obviously, there's plenty of people who think the contrapositive to the reality that we measure, and that reality that we measure is required to believe in the contrapositive to it. So for me, eventually this lie will dissipate of its own volition. You can't lie about how Earth is. You can only create an impression that there's a load of nutters out there that have got a conspiracy about it being flat. You need to turn what is basic and simple, measuring Earth, and it's flat, into these nutters have got a religious belief about it being flat. And then you can talk about them and their views and their beliefs and how the discussion's going. And then the people on the other side need to be trained in arguing for a ball and ignoring how flat they measure it. But they're just as much victims of this as we are. It's just they get favourable treatment because they're in line with the narrative and we're not.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I finally said. I said, look, Joey, you just give it time. It's all coming to an end. And it just can't be hidden, especially with social media. They could try all they like, but measurements are getting out there. People are starting to comprehend. And it happens with little conversations here and there. And before you know it, it's all across the land.
I was watching a show called True Crime Rocket Science, and he covers subjects like kids that have gone missing. And he says that he was moaning on his most recent video that most of the time is spent debunking idiots and their stupid conspiracy theories. And he's questioning, why is it the case that the idiots with their stupid conspiracy theories get preferential treatment on YouTube? It's like it's almost beneficial to bullshit, and the people who are just honest about not knowing in some instances will be shoved to the bottom of the list. I'm like, sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I think it's because conspiracy theories are more entertaining.
Yep. And it's easier to digest for the person that can just gobble that stuff down whole. Num 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 num.
Right.
No thought required. Just this easy to understand conspiracy theory. Learning about elevation angles and celestial navigation took me about a year. with 10th Man doing the majority of the research and then teaching us like a teacher would at the front of a classroom, and us paying attention and him going through it day after day in the pre-shows, right? I'm sure we can, if we were here, remember 10th Man doing that. But that took effort. Not just effort from me, but effort from the teacher, 10th Man. And expense. He had to go and buy a load of books and decipher and pick through the garbage waffle about balls in the text. So we could get down to the nitty-gritty and we could extract diagrams like the one on screen now. So we could understand how Earth is actually being measured with elevation angles. Then when you get down to the nitty-gritty of what it revolves around, no pun intended, you've got the actual Earth measurement that you can go to in a simplistic way to summarise the argument. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. But until you understand how Earth is measured flat with elevation angles, how a circle of equal altitude is, what a circle of equal elevation / equal altitude is, how it's applicable to finding your position, finding a fix. Until you know all that, you can't just summarise it down to Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. You have to learn it all first. Which is easier? They've hidden an ice wall versus this is how elevation angles work. Which is easier?
Ice walls.
Yeah, I see your point. Actually, the conversation last night got started with containment. That's right. It started with containment. So it basically started with I hate it, but it was in that direction. So we had to debunk the globe first. And my brother really understood that. I said, look, everywhere you go, it's contained. So if we're next to a vacuum, then we shouldn't be breathing right now. That's number one. Now let's go to the measurements.
Yeah, exactly the same principle. We had to all spend a good year with QE explaining second law of thermodynamics so we understand how the sky vacuum violates it. So it's not just as simple as knowing the rhetoric that we dilute it down to.
Right. My son tried to go against that. And I'm like, Jacob, you're trying to go against natural law. This is something that happens always. Gas fills space. I mean, if there was a space for it to fill, we wouldn't be breathing right now. And then they tried to put it on how God could do anything. You know, they take it to that way because we're all Christian. And look, but that's not how he says he did it in the Bible. You can't just assume, all right, well, God could do anything. So now there can be gas pressure without containment when it pertains to this spherical Earth floating in space. No, it's a natural law.
Right. Yeah, as a Christian, you can just say, oh, well, God made it so that my ball can exist in a world that violates its own natural laws.
Like the guy on QE show Saturday with all of these suns that are now stars. When God was very clear, he made the sun and the moon, the greater sun to rule by day, the greater light to rule by day, the lesser light to rule by night, and he made the stars also. He distinctly called them stars. He did not call the sun a star. And then, and then on top of it all, my wife had one of her friends over there that she works with. I mean, her head must have been spinning.
I'm sure your wife was thrilled for the conversation too.
I'll tell you what stopped everything. All right, it's time to eat.
Hmm.
Put
The
all the
ice
food on
wall
the front
thing.
table.
I feel like people get attracted to the whole ice wall conspiracy because if there, again, let's just say there is, right? Whatever. There is an ice wall. What does that mean? That means that there's stuff beyond that ice wall. Well, what's beyond that ice wall? Who knows? Could be infinite. You know, I think like flat earthers who are like really into ice walls, and it's still kind of like giving them their space fix a little bit, I think. But I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I had to address that too. I said, well, I don't know why this is the way it is, why we're brought up believing that we're on a ball through the schooling system. Maybe it's because land, who knows? But regardless of the fact, we know now that it's flat. For sure, without a doubt, it's measured that way. For everyone, always, no matter what you do, you're going to be measuring Earth flat. And I think my son tried to take it from there. Where did he try to take it to? Oh, the 24-hour sun. And I had to explain to him, yeah, they measured Earth flat with that as well for 24 hours.
Other than Fugly Dave, who couldn't quite manage his own tripod.
But my younger brother was catching on now. He understood. Anytime you say height, measurement, this is all in reference to a flat plane. That's how you get the measurement. If we were on anything other than a flat plane, we would not be able to get measurements. Everything would be skewed. You wouldn't be able to.
Yes, elevation requires a horizontal plane of reference. If you're going to talk about height, you're going to need a flat Earth.
Is that the ice wall brother or the pseudoscience brother that was catching that?
Well, this was my youngest brother. Now, my other youngest brother, I have four younger brothers, one older brother. The one that brought me to flat Earth, he's still in Feast of Nonsense stuff, but he's all over the place. He's freaking went back to the law instead of Christianity, so he's got his own issues. But I'm talking about my youngest brother was over last night, and yeah, I guess just hearing things on the internet, he knew about an ice wall. Go figure.
Well, the thing is, an ice wall is not something anybody, well, none of us could ever prove anyway. Whether it is or it isn't, who cares? I mean, I get the argument why people claim there is an ice wall simply because you can't have a bathtub full of water without the walls of the tub. I mean, I get that part, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a 40-foot ice wall encompassing everything. I mean, shit, half of it could be tropical. Who knows? I don't know. I don't really think too much about it, honestly. Because when I first heard ice walls a couple of years ago, or like 7 years ago, not a couple, I was like, there's stuff beyond it. Then that's interesting. But then I realized that's just the same nonsense as the vacuum of space and whatnot. All UFOs come beyond the ice wall to spy on us, right?
Damn, the Europeans beat us in the Ryder Cup. You know, you English and Irish, you really know how to play golf. Beat us on our own turf.
Well, weren't they the ones that invented golf?
Well, from what my cousin tells me, because he started playing golf, he said, Neil, if God was to play any sport, it would be golf. How are you?
I'm alright. My side is really hurting me. Other than that, I'm alright.
We got to get busy with the book. I hope this week we can get flowing with that because this book needs to hit the world.
All in good time, Neil. All in good time. There's no rush. I mean, I've got 38 microphones still left to sell, so I'm okay. I've still got a little bit of income trickling in from that, which has definitely helped.
We don't have time. When you speak to someone that you haven't spoken to in 3 years and they start telling you about ice walls, that means we got to get the right narrative out there. We don't have time. We got to get going. We haven't done the book in months. I know circumstances happened, but we got to get serious now.
Yeah, all in good time. As I say, seeing this on the horizon, no pun intended, was the reason I started flogging microphones, and that was back in February, like February, March time. So it's been months and months and months and months of buying and selling microphones just to keep the wolves at bay. And it has. And I'm quite pleased with that fact. It's slowed right down now because I'm down to the garbage stuff that's really difficult to sell, that's been lurking around for months on end in my eBay. But, you know, a couple of things sell every so often, and that's just about enough to keep me going. That and e-begging a little bit more furiously. But I still haven't had to do a GoFundMe campaign, have I? I've not had to stick the cap out and go, right, I'm actually screwed. Without this GoFundMe campaign, I can't keep the lights on. I've not had to do that. And there has been times in the past when I've had to do that. Like when I've not been able to pay for the electrical work that this apartment needed. I had to do a GoFundMe, otherwise I literally wouldn't have been able to keep the lights on. So that hasn't happened yet. So I'm very pleased with that. I don't like having to e-beg. It's by e-beg I mean actually do a proper campaign, as opposed to say, I'm really poor, please help me. People generally do. Just send me in a couple of extra PayPals and that's enough to keep the wolves at bay on top of my microphones. So it'd be nice to not have to do that. It'd be nice to not ever have to say, I'm really struggling, can you help me out? And people from the opposing side sort of point out the contradiction, which is in their mind prevalent when I say, okay, I'm struggling and heavily censored, so I need financial help. And then later in the show, I'll be ripping a fundy and you know what. And they'll be like, but you're so vicious and nasty to the people who come in and talk to you. Like what, the people who will literally ignore every single word that we put to them in contradiction of what they've just put to us, and then ask us if we're finished when you've asked them a direct question they've ignored 7 times. That's the kind of person that we get irritated with. And in their mind, because I'm poor, I should just let these arseholes behave like arseholes. You're like, no. It doesn't change how I'm going to behave with people who come in and tell us that we've got a bent, curved sea level. And then when we point out a contradiction in terms to them, they just ignore us. And you repeat it over and over and over again, met with silence. And then when you're in the middle of pointing it out for the 8th time, they'll start interrupting the middle of it, asking you if you're finished. Like I say, that's never going to change how I react to that type of person. A wanker, that is. I'll just treat them like wankers, because they are wankers. That's all our opponents have got now, just to behave like a wanker in the face of having their contradictions pointed out to them when we tell them Earth's measured flat, which it absolutely is.
Yeah, I don't understand why QE is not seeing it censorship. Because Brian said the other day there was a time when there'd be over 300 people in here. Now we can only imagine where it would be if they never put their hands to our throat and held us back. But it is heavily censored. I mean, come on. How long you been doing this, Nathan? Over 10 years?
Yeah. But then you've got to ask yourself, what would I rather have? If I look at the other side of the discussion, I go, okay, there's a couple of exceptions to this that just don't care and just rake in the money. But for the most part, anybody with a conscience on the other side of the discussion has to wrap their head around how incorrect they are and find workarounds for utilisation of a flat Earth when measuring the surface. Now, that is the reality of their position that they find themselves in. Now, you are going to lose sleep over that. I've said this many times. I don't. Now, that is the cross we have to burn when it comes to being financially more hard up than our opponents. He'll get hundreds of thousands of views, lots of ad revenue, and probably plenty of support from people who are equally wanting their bias confirmed. Now here, when people support me financially, they're not supporting me financially and going, thank you for overcoming this awkward, difficult flat Earth problem that I've got with this conversion with Haversine, or this conversion to the centre of Earth, or great circle routes, or whatever little get around that they need to employ when they're faced with the fact Earth's measured flat. Nobody's thanking me for that. They just thank me for just being here, just doing what I do in general. That's what I get thanked for when people give me financial support. Then there's nothing specific that they're going through. Now, they'll occasionally, same people, repeat what we talk about here in response to commenters on my videos. That is to say, they'll say things like, well, Earth's measured flat. Here's an example. Because they've got that from us doing what we do daily. But they're only frustrated with the person who comes and flies in the face, again, no pun intended, of elevation with respect to surface level when flying, or elevation angle measurements when surveying. Things like that are just as is for both sides, and our side just has to point it out. Their side has to lose sleep and figure out a way around that awkward fact that Earth's measured flat. So you have to ask yourself, which side would you rather be on? The side that loses sleep, unless you're a complete psychopath, or the side that knows what's what? Well, we're the side that knows what's what because both sides have to measure Earth flat. We just don't have to apologise for it, and they do.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because if you look at the comments, and let's just say like Simon Dan's videos, they're all thanking him for overcoming it, even though it was not overcome. But they're coping, and they're trying to cope.
Yeah,
That's
thank
what
you,
they
Dan.
need him for.
Thank you, Dan, for measuring Earth flat 1,000 times with elevation angle measurements off the surface level to the sun to derive a radial value after the fact that violates a flat Earth measurement. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all your work. Okay, then I come along and go, Dan's just measured Earth flat though, hasn't he? Thousands of times. I don't need to apologise for anything. I don't need to overcome anything. I just point out how he's measured Earth. And that's the end of my discussion in the matter. It's pointing out what's been measured. Earth as a flat surface level for an angle. It's called an elevation angle. Elevation being off the surface, angle being two straight lines, the sun being the thing being measured by Dan and his participants. So Dan is going to look at that and go, well, how do I overcome that? Well, the way he's overcome that is say, well, it's okay to measure Earth flat on the small scale, but that's because it's a really big ball. Like, that's got to sting. Now, if you hear that, you might, as an audience member of Dan, go, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. We can measure Earth flat because it's a really big ball. But you know that's going to cause a cognitive itch at best. At worst, you're going to lose sleep over it, or it's going to drive you nuts. Plenty of them seem to display that. And then they project that onto us, which is the only frustrating part as a flatty. Their insecurities, difficulty with flat Earth measurements get projected onto us. Their pain becomes our pain if we allow it to. But yeah, 50 people watching. Hold on a second. Please share the show. Good to have 50 people watching so early on, 10 minutes in. Brilliant. Smash that share button if you haven't done so already. 2 clicks and you can share it on your favourite social media platform, be that Bebo or MySpace, X, Facebook, whatever it is you're using. Please share the show.
You gonna do a little housekeeping today?
And if you want, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve?
Wait. You mean the horizon was once thought of to be Earth curve? How so?
There's a mathematics called Earth curve mathematics that requires we measure Earth flat from surface level. And axiomatically, it must be a flat surface level because it's going to be utilising a parallel eye level to derive a dip angle measurement to a point that's below the surface level based on an extrapolation that's in reality just a perspective calculation in an orthographic view that suggests there's a point below surface level marked with an X, labelled horizon, called Earth curve, alleged to be the reason that things disappear in the distance, even though stuff shrinks as it gets further away from it. Nevertheless, this inference of a below surface level that you've just measured point called the horizon is the alleged geometric physical sphere edge. We debunked it in 2020 with the Black Swan. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that is to say, if we beg the question of their belief, then every distance to that marked with an X geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height off a flat Earth measurement in feet with a parallel eye level. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not Earth curve. In 2025, we point out that in order to infer that the Earth curve edge horizon below surface level exists at all in an orthographic mathematics, and only in an orthographic mathematics, you must first measure Earth flat at sea level.
Should be game over right there, no?
It is game over. You measure Earth flat for Earth curve mathematics. Shout out to Divergent Droid and Cordial Cynic, Matrix Media, good to see you. Pablo, nice to have you. Christian, thanks for being here. Uncle Ben, thanks for joining the live stream. Nice to have you all. Click, 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 thanks for joining also. Awesomeo, first commenter, good to have you in the live chat. Anybody I've missed? Axiom Addict, again, nice to see you. Zozo, he's commented on some of my microphone videos. Nice to have you. Anybody else? Dank, nice to see you as well. Jim, is it Anis? Jim Anis, thanks for being in my live stream chat. Please share the show. Personal pair programmer. Thanks for being here.
Well, I got a guy saying celestial navigation does not work with personal sky the way we do. Why? Because converting curved personal sky to flat does not work without distortions. Invoking apparent height distorts shapes. Do we ever invoke an apparent height?
I've no idea what he's talking about. Height is a measurement off surface level, isn't it? Elevation angles are an angle that requires the surface be flat. It's on screen. It's labelled elevation angle. An elevation angle is you measuring Earth's surface flat. It can only be flat because what you're trying to achieve is this point. Or if you're measuring a radial value for a circle of equal altitude calculation, it's this distance to become circular. Yeah? That's what you're actually measuring, this angle. Now, for it to be an angle, an elevation angle, it has to be off the surface. What do you think elevation means? It's off the surface. It's a straight line for it to be an angle, and it's off the surface for it to be an elevation angle. It's what we use for navigation. It's what we use for measuring heights and rise over run in surveying. Trigonometry. That's how Earth gets measured. Now, when they say, wow, you can't have it, I don't care what you say we can't have. That is how Earth gets measured, regardless of whether or not an opponent comes along and tells us, nah, can't do it that way. Yeah, it is done that way. Don't have to like it.
Yeah, but how is he saying that? See, but we're not, and invoking an apparent GP says goodbye, celestial navigation. We're not invoking an apparent GP.
What ground position? This point here.
Yeah.
That's how it's done. Again, not my issue. People telling me, you haven't figured out how big the Earth is across using flat plane geometry. No, I haven't, have I? And I'm a YouTuber. Do you think it's my responsibility to tell you the size of the flat plane that we measure flat without exception? No. But you thought it was a ball. Now you're asking me if I know the size based on flat Earth prerequisite measurements of the surface level. So those people need to understand that they're asking me after a concession that they now appreciate how flat Earth is, whether or not I know how big it is. No, I don't. And I don't care. What I do know is that to create your ball, you measure areas of equal elevation with Polaris at its minimum to derive a radial value for your ball after measuring Earth flat. So all measurements of Earth are flat, including but not limited to the extrapolated ball calculations derived from flat Earth measurements. So we're all clear, Earth just gets measured flat for everyone always and without exception. So who cares what I know or map beyond that? I'm a YouTuber. Who talks about the measurements of Earth being flat, which they are in all instances without exception.
Yeah, once you say height, it's over. You're using our stuff. I appreciate you not using our stuff.
Yeah, you don't get to use height unless you're measuring Earth flat. Elevation is off surface level. As we were talking about in the pre-show, though, the whole flat Earth notion has come about by taking what is obvious and observable about Earth and its measurements in all respects for everyone. That's a flat Earth prerequisite that we use when measuring Earth. Mapping Earth, surveying Earth, building on Earth, flying over Earth, sailing on Earth. All of them are flat. Now, that's just a simple fact of life. But if you want people to believe you're on a ball, then you need to turn that simple fact that's utilised for ball inference into a conspiracy and belief that people hold based on there being ice walls. Can you turn your camera off? You're right distracting me, Neil.
Sorry,
you need to turn that into a group of people, first and foremost. So instead of flat Earth being about measurements of elevation angles, of surface level, or dip angles, or any of the stuff that we talk about here, you need to turn it into a group of people who believe in ice walls and believe in domes and things like that, rather than it being about how Earth gets measured for everyone. But that's the trick. Get numpties, and you were talking, no offence to your family, but that's how I'm going to describe it, whether you like it or not. When numpties come along and start asking you about whether or not 2 points in the sky are relevant, what about them is the question. Well, in my belief, says man who thinks 2 points in the sky proves a presuppositional ball that's been measured flat to convert into sphericity, to then infer that a celestial sphere, derived from Polaris measurements and minimums, that would be flat Earth prerequisites, in somehow inference makes it true when you point at 2 points north and south in the sky. Like, north and south are flat Earth only directions. Having a point in the sky that you're going to measure in both instances off a flat plane for anything navigational or surveying doesn't change how Earth gets measured flat. But for them, because you've measured Earth flat, created a ball in mathematics, and then that ball can utilise 2 points antipodal from one another by assumption, that means that the very fact that we've got 2 points in the sky means that we do have the presupposition of an antipodal assumption. No, it doesn't. It just means we've got 2 points in the sky that are inferred through navigational techniques that measure Earth flat and are then converted into a ball. But the conversion isn't the prerequisite. The flat Earth measurement is. The elevation angles are. All stars used for navigation in both north and south are utilisable only through flat Earth elevation angle measurement. It doesn't matter where you are, north or south, which are flat Earth directions. Point north. Tell me, we've got 2 points of rotation in the north and south. That's fascinating. Point north for me. You're pointing towards the horizon there, sir. That's horizontal that you're pointing, like on a compass. So, your point being? Oh, right, after you've taken your flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements and converted them into a spherical ball model based on Polaris minimums, you're telling me that that means that your presupposition of a ball that's converted through flat Earth measurements is proven by pointing north and saying that that's where there's a star rotation, or pointing south and saying that's where the... No, that doesn't prove you're on a ball. It means you've begged the question of being on a ball and are utilising something that's part of the conversion process. But the conversion process ignores how flat you had to measure it in the first instance to create that system. I will lean into the fact you also require Earth be measured flat in every single example to create this presuppositional ball that's antipode in the north and south, as opposed to a flat Earth only direction called north and south. North and south are flat.
Yeah, but then why is it doing that? Tell me why that happens. If you can't give me an explanation, then the spherical Earth does.
You know. So spherical Earth does not give an explanation for antipodal star positioning. It's a presupposition that's been derived from the flat Earth measurement. So it's not explaining how north, a flat Earth direction, has got stars above that rotate, and south has got a prerequisite elevation angle to every navigatable star in that area. Now, the argument has currently been about whether or not we've got Sigma Octantis as a point. There's an empty area that the stars rotate about. Now, if you want to infer that there's a star there, okay, let's just say I accept that. And still...
It works on a sphere.
No, it does not. Works on the prerequisite that you've measured Earth flat with elevation angles and converted it to a hemispherical system, one at a time, not both, and then sandwich them antipodal in a system called the celestial sphere. The only way that functions is in a ball, with you on a plane, north or south. But the fact that you can sandwich both systems antipodal from one another does not mean that you're on a ball, because it doesn't work on the surface of anything spherical. It only works if you've derived that system from flat Earth prerequisite measurements inside a ball at one point for one hemisphere at a time. So no, it doesn't work on a ball. It doesn't even work in a ball, because even in a ball, you're still going to extend the plane for your area. That's called the celestial plane, beyond the equatorial plane that the ball infers for the antipodal positioning. So no, you still require Earth to be measured flat to derive that system. And it won't work on the surface. It will only work inside.
Yeah, my son will say, look, there's 2 points in the sky that can only happen on a sphere. It will not work on a flat Earth. Argument over.
No, it's not argument over. If he says 2 points in the sky, north and south are flat. North and south only work flat. That ends that discussion.
Yes, sir.
Get Nathan to sort his audio. What's wrong with my audio, Adam? Adam's saying something wrong with my audio. Does everyone hear me clearly enough?
Sounds good to me.
Could be your end, Adam. Hopefully he'll join and tell me if there's something wrong. Got a pain in my side, so I've turned up my line on my desk because I don't want to have to shout, because it hurts my side. So maybe that's what he's talking about. Who knows? I'm sure he'll let me know.
You're a little bit tinny today, yeah.
Like I say, I'm quite a way away from my mic, and I've just turned myself up rather than yelling.
I just went on YouTube, and it sounds fine to me.
Can you talk amongst yourselves for a second so I can just double check it? Because I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah, so that's had a conversation went with my son last night. So that's his stance, and no matter what I tell him, he's not budging. But he understands the measurements. But in his mind, because there's opposite star rotations or 2 points in the sky, as he says it can't work on a flat Earth. It can only work on a sphere. So
Sounds great. I just checked. It sounds great, Adam. Maybe a smidge more gain needed, but...
He's getting old. His ears are probably not working so well.
Getting insulted, Adam. Yeah, you criticise my audio. Unless it's because I've got it heavily gated. I've got the fan on. I'm really hot. So maybe that's what it is. I've got a heavy gate. Maybe it's cutting off the starts of my sentences. Who knows? I'm sure he'll let me know. But has anything happened over the weekend that was interesting?
the English beat the Americans in the Ryder Cup.
Not what I mean. So one of the comments, I think it might have been Divergent Droid, was saying that he recognised the voice of the guy we covered on Friday from certain Discord servers where he's lurking. And the inference was that he's cherry-picking his guests so that he's got the most idiotic and easy, low-hanging fruit to deal with on his live streams. I'm like, yeah, I can believe
Really?
that.
You talking about the mathematical guy?
Yeah.
The Blitz? Yeah,
Yes.
well, I knew it.
Click, click, click says, adage of the day, quote, you can lead a horse to flat water, ... Very good.
Well, I was trying and I couldn't get in, so I'm sure he's picking the right people to make them look stupid. You know, pick a flat earth that says, yeah, I know Earth is flat because gravity ain't real, huh?
Yeah.
But that's pretty sad because who are you lying to? You're only lying to yourself. If you want to, like, he knows about this show. Julian, I sent him an invitation.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in any rush to have anybody on. I don't care. We'll still be running a live show regardless.
No, but I said this in the past. If it's turned around, they came out with a rock solid proof. Let's just say, hypothetically, that it is definitely a globe we're on. You think promote the position I was promoting before? So I don't get it. Like, we know it's measured flat. Why are you still promoting a ball? Is it pride? I understand the Danny Faulkners of the world, their whole life is on that, right? That's how they earn their living. They went to schooling for that, right? So I understand, but I don't agree.
Sure, you just have to point out where things like radial values and circumference values for their ball come from. You know, you measure Earth flat with minimum elevation angles to Polaris to derive a radial value to give you a circumference of a ball. But that's a flat Earth measurement, or Al-Biruni's derivation of flat Earth measurement, or in more modern times, Simon-Dan's elevation angle measurements to the Sun. Thousands of measurements of Earth flat in order to derive sphericity from those flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements. But people will skip past the flat Earth measuring bit and start dictating to you how their ball functions mathematically. Like, yeah, but where was it measured? Like I say, it's very painful to actually acknowledge how Earth gets measured flat to create a ball. It's easier to just say, well, Earth is a ball, here's how it's a ball, without acknowledging the measurements that got you there. Because they're flat. It's just that simple.
Yeah, like this guy, Cordial Cynic. He's constantly in a chat every day. Right? Produces 0.7 milliarc second with the orbit of Earth. Like we've dealt with him before. Why do you still come here and spew the same nonsense?
Arc seconds. Arc seconds are angle measurements off a flat surface.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, so he's using a flat Earth prerequisite to make demands of you. You're measuring Earth flat with an arc second. What are you talking about? Hey, One Deck.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, guys. You all right?
That's the trick, isn't it? Asking you how this on screen works on a flat Earth. So what you see on screen seems very ball-like, doesn't it? Here we are looking at Earth in a very complicated manner with a ball wrapped around a ball. Man, this is all how it must function, right? We've got to have a ball for this to work. Well, no. Where's it terminating? The angle measurement is with respect to a flat plane that's been blacked out, so you can't see it. In other words, unless you know how this works, you won't describe the surface level that is required for this angle measurement to a star. You've got to have a flat plane in the first instance, or you won't get the angle. Now, we would, if you're talking to a baller, point out that you're never going to be in hell measuring this angle. But it's required for you to suggest that you're in hell measuring it off the equatorial/extended celestial plane. That's how it functions. So you've got to have a flat Earth for it to work. Why? Well, because the angle that you're measuring is an angle view with a glorified protractor wrapped around your position. It's got a flat base and angle measurements. Well, that's all the ball is. See these lines? They're just representing the angle measurement from the initial system that's derived from Polaris off a flat plane. That's how it gets measured. Now for them, oh no, it must work on a ball because we don't see the flat plane in this diagram. We just see two balls. Therefore, two balls, got to be a ball, got to work on a ball. No, it doesn't. This is a glorified protractor, but it has a base for a horizontal reference, or it won't function. You won't get the angle. That's how it works. Flat. There's no exceptions to it. It's how it's been derived in the first instance. But like I say, without a year of 10th man going through every single flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement used to create the ball, I wouldn't be able to so succinctly describe how when they say, well, you need a ball for this to work, latitude, longitude. No, as Brian would point out, when they're actually functionally utilising latitude and longitude, it's two-dimensional. But the original inference comes from measuring elevation angles from a flat plane, from your position with a protractor wrapped around you. Now, you can then convert that into a sphere that's wrapped around you, with you in hell, as depicted on screen here, and then suggest that that's how it functions. Meanwhile, you need an equatorial plane to measure to get the angle. That's Earth as a flat plane being measured. You're not inside any ball. You're just on a flat plane measuring angles, always and without exception.
Yeah, so cordial cynic, stop using our stuff. You need to answer for the flat earth. Stop jumping into your rhetoric.
They're in pain. They're going to use things like elevation angles and arc seconds without acknowledging the flat plane that is a prerequisite for them to use those things. Like I say, that's going to cause pain. And it's only when we point out that you're whistling past the angles that are required from a flat plane to suggest that we need to explain how an arc second works. No, you don't need to be using our stuff, is my reply. Don't use a flat plane to suggest that we're not on a flat plane. It's very irritating.
Yeah, and then I've been hearing all we talk about is measurements. Yeah, what the heck else you want to talk about?
Well, it's because they want to whistle past the measurements. It's awkward for them. Without the measurements, they can go to the presuppositions that come afterwards. We take them straight back to the original measurements and say, well, you're measuring Earth flat to achieve this in the first instance. They don't like that. They've got so used to whistling past them. Only idiots that don't realise it, like Dan, Simon Dan that is. He wants to use flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements thousands of times because he was too dumb to realise what we've been saying the entire time. You first need a flat Earth to measure to get your elevation angle from it. Well, Dan just went out and told his audience, measure Earth flat with an elevation angle to the sun, and then we'll do what Al-Biruni did and convert it into sphericity after measuring Earth flat. Now, if you're dumb, or you don't listen to flat Earth debate, you won't appreciate how flat you must first measure Earth, and then justify that it's only on a short distance. Yeah, we can measure Earth flat because it's a really big ball that we're measuring Earth flat with, to then convert into the sphericity that gives you a 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet distance to geometric horizon, an 8 inches per mile squared curve that we're not measuring for an elevation angle. But that's because it's a really big ball that we're measuring Earth flat. No, you're just measuring Earth flat. But like I say, if you don't realise that most of the trick for a baller is to whistle past the initial flat Earth measurement, you'll go out and ask your audience to measure it flat 1,000 times without realising it. Because in Dan's mind, he was measuring a ball with his flat Earth prerequisite elevation angles, wasn't he? It was only when I come along and go, you've just measured flat Earth 1,000 times, Dan. Well done for measuring Earth flat, exactly as we've been pointing out for the last 5 years. That's how it's measured, for everyone, always. What was the response from Dan? Yeah, we can measure it flat. It's okay. No, you're just measuring Earth flat. It's not okay. Don't use our stuff.
Well, the same thing with Brian, with McToon. He was waving measurements in Brian's face.
Yeah, of course. When he's on the phone to me from Antarctica, actually acquiring the flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements from surface level, again, an angle, 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, from the surface, it's an elevation angle, that means from the surface, that's flat. He'll wave those flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements in Brian's face, saying, look, it matched the ball. Like, what, your flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements from surface level match the ball? No, you're whistling past how they get converted from the flat Earth prerequisite you've measured into sphericity after the fact. But your calculations don't trump the measurements. If the calculations don't match the measurements, then it's the calculations that are wrong, not the measurements. Meanwhile, they measured Earth flat in Antarctica for 24 hours, apart from Fugly Dave, who couldn't quite cope with his own tripod. But other than Fugly Dave, they measured Earth flat with elevation angles for a full 24 hours. That's just a flat Earth measurement. They don't have to like it. They can wave it in our face all they like, saying, oh no, this is a globe measurement. No, it's not. Not measuring anything curvy with angles. You're measuring the flat surface level for it to be called an elevation angle. That's what they measured. They don't have to like it. Like I say, idiots that want to whistle past how flat they measure Earth and only focus on the conversion are just going to have us every single time pointing out, well, you measured Earth flat with this angle. It's an elevation angle. What's that? It's not from the surface. It's got nothing to do with the surface, so you haven't got any measurements then. Oh, you have? You've got flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements from surface level, 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. Can't be curved or it won't be an angle. Well, then you're measuring Earth flat. And they are, indeed, measuring Earth flat. That's how Earth got measured. But the whole game which is rigged, is to make that very simple fact of Earth measurement into a group of people talking about 9/11 truth, whether or not Charlie Kirk died. All this kind of crap is what we are painted as nutters with, when in reality everybody who's measuring Earth is measuring Earth flat. There are no exceptions to this. But if you can take it away from being about Earth being measured flat and make it into whether or not Charlie Kirk gets killed on screen, or whether or not 9/11 was an inside job, or there's no planes, or whether or not Sandy Hook, blah, 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 blah. All of these stupid notions that people talk about from our own side, not limited to those things, also expanded out into even more crazy notions like the entire world was subject to a mud flood. There's a Mandela effect changing our reality. Everybody's a clone, and there's clone centres. These kind of stupid idiot notions that flat earthers go through on a daily basis are the things utilised to make us look like idiots. Then it's not about Earth being measured flat anymore, is it? It's about how stupid and idiotic flat earthers sound when they talk about current news events. Now that's much more useful, because then you can brace against how stupid the people are. Then it's not about Earth measurement anymore, it's about the nutters who talk about conspiracies. And that's what they've done. They've turned flat Earth into a group. Earth and its flatness is dictated by the measurements. Same as the ball. Like Dan's just found out, or Fugly Dave and the crew in Antarctica have found out. If you're going to measure Earth, you'll measure it flat. Now, that's not me measuring it with elevation angles in Antarctica for a 24-hour period, other than Fugly Dave, who couldn't quite cope with a tripod. That's you, requiring Earth be measured flat. Everybody requires Earth be measured flat because it's measured flat. But if you can turn that into a group of nutters, then you can ridicule the group. Never mention how Earth gets measured flat. You can talk about how this group says there's an ice wall, while you talk about how there's 2 points in the sky, north, that's horizontal, and south, that's horizontal, only. And how that proves a ball? No, it doesn't. Proves how you're measuring elevation angles in two different areas, both described horizontally on a plane. And those elevation angle measurements require a flat Earth be measured to call them measurements. That's simple stuff that's always going to be the case when it comes to measuring Earth. There aren't any exceptions. Surveying Earth is the same, rise over run over vast distances. Massive areas of flat land that we survey, flat, with rise over run. And trig, that requires flat baselines, be measured. Horizontal distances in order to utilise trig, be measured on the flat surface of Earth. Same with the sea level. People put it in their titles but don't use it as arguments. They give themselves the screen name sea level and don't talk about it. Meanwhile, just the fact that we have sea level, utilisable in all respects of Earth measurements, is a flat Earth prerequisite. People whistle past it all day long. Why? Well, because the flat earthers say that there's a dome. They said 9/11 was an inside job. That's why. We, with the highest level of suppression that you can possibly have on YouTube, only talk about how everyone in all aspects and at all scales measure Earth flat. That's how it's measured. It's on screen now. This is the trick. The flat Earth measurement is the elevation angle measurement from, in this instance, the equatorial plane. That's the measurement. Now, if you can suggest that there's a tangent plane, a flat surface that you can measure on a ball, with a dangling dingleberry Earth beneath it that you can later convert to the centre of hell for it to actually function originally as intended, with the claim to be ball Earth actually a glorified protractor, then you can utilise north and south and east and west flat inside a glorified protractor that you think is a ball, because you've measured a tangent plane that you haven't got on the surface and converted it inside the ball, making the ball, the globe, a glorified protractor. All those little markings around your ball, those are the protractor markings that you'll make elevation angle measurements work functionally with the stars we navigate with. That's how Earth gets measured. There's no ifs, buts or maybes. I'm not saying anything controversial. This is how it works. Functionally, Earth can only be flat. North, south, east and west can only be described as flat. They're horizontal planar directionalities. Now, they want to tell you north and south have got different rotation points, really. Okay, so north over here's got a rotation point and south over here's got a rotation point, has it? How fascinating. I'll explain how that makes a ball. Oh, well, I suggest that south is actually antipodal from north. No, it isn't. That derivation comes from measuring a minimum elevation angle to Polaris to derive an outside edge of a radius, circular in nature, called the equatorial plane, that you can stand within, making the Earth a glorified protractor at 3959 miles. Radius. Well, does that mean we're on a ball? No, not measuring on a ball. You can't make it work on a ball. In order to suggest that it's on a ball, you have to go back to the diagram I showed earlier. With a tangent plane, what, a flat surface that you're actually measuring angles from that don't work because you haven't got a protractor around you anymore. You'll have to transpose it inside hell to it to have any functionality or usefulness. Yeah, but we're not in hell, and we're not measuring on a dangling dingleberry that's useless to the measurements of angles. But we are measuring angles off a flat surface. You can call it a tangent plane, but it doesn't alter what we're actually measuring with respect to Earth's surface. A flat plane.
Yeah, I get all of that. You can lay all of that down, and then this is what you'll get. You're expecting me to go against all of science?
How is this a scientific subject? We've just talked about maths for the last 10 minutes.
It's not, but hats off to them because they, whoever they are, they got the world thinking that pseudoscience is science, and that's it. Remember when we first got into this flat Earth debate? It was the whole body of science knows it's a globe or proves it's a globe. So now people just getting into it, when you present it to them, they think that you're going against all of science. And you got to take them through how it's got nothing to do with science. This is a geometric problem here, and it's not even a problem. It's just flat. But that's how they set their game up.
Yeah, like I say, the game has been rigged very carefully against us so that we become idiots talking about conspiracies rather than about flat Earth measurements. And back in the day when we were talking about conspiratorial nature of flat Earth, we got views. These days, the only people in flat Earth that get views are the people that are easily mocked because they talk about conspiracies. We are suffering egregious censorship.
No, I think the school systems need to be challenged. I think parents need to go to the schools and say, listen, I want to know why my children are being taught pseudoscience. But they have to know what the scientific method is. Even go there and address the Board of Education. Because I'm sure they would run there in a second if their kids came home and were saying 2 + 2 is now 5 or 8. They'd be there in a heartbeat.
But Jason27 says from the chat, I thought they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of deception and a lot of the people down there were charlatans. So that may or may not be the case. But regardless of whether or not they did, what they presented was flat Earth measurements from wherever they may or may not have been. So let's say one side of the argument says that they're inattentive televisions. Now, I'm not saying that is the case, but plenty of people out there would suggest that's the case. Okay, so they measured Earth flat with a sun that's on a television screen. Okay, well, they still measured Earth flat. They needed elevation angle measurements to the sun for a 24-hour period, and they all measured Earth flat with elevation angles for a 24-hour period. I keep having to do this, don't I? Except for Fugly Dave, couldn't quite cope with a tripod. Other than Fugly Dave, who couldn't quite cope with his own equipment, because he's very stupid, the rest of them, if inattentive tellies, measured Earth flat with surface level angles to the sun for a 24-hour period. Let's take it as read that they were in Antarctica. In the south, that's horizontal. So they went on a plane and flew perpendicular to a plane of reference, nose up with respect to the horizon, for a prolonged period, logged in the black box as flight level when travelling south. And then they landed on the Antarctic continent and measured Earth flat for a 24-hour period. Apart from Fugly Dave, who couldn't quite go with the tripod. But they're measuring Earth flat. Who cares if they're in a tent of tellies or if they saw a 24-hour sun? They still measured Earth flat there in the south. If you take that as an antipodal presupposition that south is down, it isn't. Go and buy a compass. Look at what south is. Doesn't change what they measured. Doesn't matter if you don't describe where they went. I won't say the word south. They went to Antarctica and saw the sun for a 24-hour period. Yeah, they measured it flat, didn't they? With elevation angles. That's elevation, that's off the surface. Angle, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So they measured Earth flat in Antarctica, regardless if it was a complete lie and they were in a CGI rendered environment or if they were actually there. They still measured Earth flat in both circumstances. It makes no difference. So we measure Earth flat. There are no exceptions.
I want to know what severe issues we go, because no, they fall back to axioms. They can never move on, even in the face of severe issues. What severe issues do we have, Nathan?
A real bad pain in my side.
Besides that, I think the issues are on the ball side. Yous have the issues. We're just measuring Earth flat.
So are they.
That's fact.
We all are. They measure Earth flat too. It's not my measurements that I'm detailing when I say they measured Earth flat in Antarctica. Other than Fugly Dave, who couldn't cope with the tripod. They measured Earth flat in Antarctica for a 24-hour period with the sun being a television rendering or a CGI rendering. Who cares? I don't care. Still measuring Earth flat with it. So there we go. Like I say, the whole game is rigged in favour of us being nutters rather than talking about measurements. And shockingly, you're going to need agents on both sides of the argument, the perceived argument that you've created, to say, oh no, why do you want to talk about measurements? And you're like, aren't you a flat earther? Yeah, I don't like you talking about measurements though. Well, it seems weird that you'd be on my side suggesting that Earth's flat, telling me I need to talk about Sandy Hook, but saying you don't like talking about Earth measurements? That seems weird. All right. I mean, it's almost like people have learned over many years how to control an opposition. You lead it. And then you can create the narratives that you want your opponent to argue about because you're leading your opponent. So there's plenty of people out there that are perceived leaders of this flat earth that would shout us down as scammers, like Jaren did. A perceived leader of this flat earth community, leading you, gullible, conspiratard flat earth sheep, into believing in things like ether, and thinking that arguing for a flat earth means arguing about whether or not there's men in space, a second law of thermodynamics violation we destroy with one sentence when we appeal to natural law. That would be gas would fill the space. Therefore, no need to argue about whether or not they're faking and CGI rendering men in space. There is no outer space. It's a violation of natural law. But Jaren spent 10 years leading the opposition because he's now a baller. His true colours have come out since going to Antarctica and measuring Earth flat. But in the meantime, the people who actually talk about how Earth gets measured were shouted down, that's me, by the perceived leader of the flat Earth, that's Jaren, as a scammer. So Jaren told a huge number of people that I'm a scammer. Why? Well, because I was talking about science and the scientific method like Neil brought up earlier. We're told that the whole body of science proves we're on a ball, right? So when I point out how that's not the case, science is a method, not a just so story utilisation by ballers. But when I point that out, I'm told, or the audience moreover is told, that I'm the scammer. No, Jaren was a controlled opposition leader. That's all he was doing for 10 years. Then he came out of his little shell, and now he's saying it's a ball because Earth gets measured flat like a Home Depot. That makes no sense. But if you want the narrative to be about ether and space rather than flat Earth measurement, you can lead a whole bunch of conspiratard sheep down the road of a flat Earth being not about measurements, but about outer space. That's what you can do. Now we've already had all the people poisoned against us by this opposition leader. He is our opposition. He never was a flat earther. QE had been saying it for years. Me, I still wanted to appeal to him because he was a perceived leader of our group. Influential. Influencing you into talking about domes and outer space, rather than the flat earth measurements that we cover here, while we were being poisoned by Jaren as being scammers, which we're not. I'm not scamming you when we tell you Simon Dan measures Earth flat with elevation angles. Am I scamming you? No. About when I point out that fugly Dave McKeegan couldn't quote with his own tripod when attempting to measure Earth flat for a 24-hour period. Is that me scamming you? No. It's me detailing the facts. But this so-called leader of the flat Earth, who punted sky vacuums non-stop, never mentioned the second law of thermodynamics violation, and also talked about all sorts of conspiracies. Yeah? People would point out, oh, he had some great information. Yeah, just never mentioned how flat Earth got measured, did he? Did call the people who were saying it's scammers, though, didn't he? That's Jaren. Yeah? So now they've come out of the woodwork. There'll be more so-called leaders telling you that the people who actually detail the nitty-gritty of how Earth gets measured, that's flat, us, are scammers. They'll say we're the bad people. You need to learn how 9/11 was an inside job. Or Charlie Kirk's still alive on some tropical island. Whatever garbage they want to punt to make you, when you repeat it, sound like a nutter. And the people who give you the decent information, that's us, paint them as scammers. And that'll happen indefinitely, because the only way to control an opposition is to lead it. And that's what's happening. So look at your so-called leaders and ask yourself, what are they talking about? Are they talking about how everyone in all circumstances has to measure Earth flat? Or are they talking about 9/11 being an inside job? They're talking about Sandy Hook. They're talking about ether and electromagnetic forces and free energy. That's what they're actually talking about when they say they're flat earthers, aren't they? Anything but how Earth gets measured. And the people who do get called scammers. That's us.
That pretty much sums it up. Very good. That's exactly what's gone on for the past 10 years. And it culminated us to being the scammers when we're just telling you Earth is measured flat. Isn't that something?
Yeah. Pointing out that when people say science proves we're on a ball, they haven't adhered to the scientific method. Detailing how the scientific method works, we got shouted down and told that we were literally scammers for talking about science and the scientific method.
Yeah, and if you don't understand, like I remember a few years back, I thought that the Earth itself was a natural phenomenon. How couldn't it be? I mean, we're talking about Earth. But then when I was educated, I understood. It's very simple.
So yeah, science is a method. The method is as follows. Step 1. Observe natural phenomenon. That'd be something occurring in nature that you want to know the cause of. Step 1. Observe phenomena. Step 2. Formulate a suppositional cause for what you observed at step 1. Your suppositional cause, otherwise known as an independent variable, sits in a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction, as an if and then statement. If my suppositional causal influencer, independent variable, then dependent variable, naturally occurring phenomena. If I vary what I presume will cause the effect, I will cause the effect. If and then. Alongside that, known as an alternative hypothesis, scientific prediction, is something known as the zero difference result, or null hypothesis, which says the antithesis of your prediction. If my suppositional causal influencer, that's independent variable, is varied, I will not cause the dependent variable, naturally occurring phenomena, to occur. In other words, you've got two possible outcomes in a scientific prediction. Only one can be proven true. And both of them are a true possibility statement. If A, then B, tick, possible provable outcome. Or if A, not B, tick, possible provable outcome. But not both. You can't cause an effect and not cause an effect at the same time. Therefore, the method incorporates an empirical outcome in the method. Only one outcome can be and will be proven true when you get to step 3, actualization of your scientific prediction, otherwise known as experiment. An experiment is where you vary, in reality, your independent variable. Your independent variable must be real. That's to say, not an imaginary thing that you've made up. It must be actually real. It must be capable of variation and manipulation by you, the researcher, and it must be the independent variable that was listed in step 2. That's to say, what you put as your if statement is the thing you'll actually vary. So it must comport with those 3 things. It must be real, it must be the independent variable in the hypothesis, and it must be capable of variation and manipulation by you, the researcher. If you vary it and it does cause the effect you observed at step 1, then you have validated, by way of scientific inquiry and actualization of hypothesis, the independent variable as the cause of the effect. Tick. You have validated your scientific prediction in the alternative. Your alternative hypothesis has been proven to be true. On the other hand, you vary and manipulate your presumed cause of the effect, and it does not cause the effect. Tick. You have validated the null hypothesis. That is to say, one or other of the predictions has been verified. This is why the scientific method, otherwise known as physics, is an empirical method. Now, that's useful to hijack with just so stories if you want to tell the world that everything that science proves we're on a ball. Well, no. Science is a useful method for establishing the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. A ball isn't a natural phenomena. It's a concrete noun based on a presupposition after measuring Earth flat. But that's maths, not science.
Well said. Now, anyone can comprehend that.
Alternatively, after dissecting and explaining this on many occasions, I've been called a scammer for talking about exactly what I just went through in great detail with you, the audience. Jeranism, now a baller, having exposed his true colours as a shill leading the opposition away from flat earth measurements and into conspiracy and free energy and ether, he claimed I was a scammer for detailing how science, that's physics, the study of the physical and natural world, utilises a method called science, the scientific method. There's only one. It's an empirical method of establishing cause when studying the natural world and the phenomena therein. I got called a scammer for that. Why? So that you, the audience not watching, because you've all been turned against me by the controlled opposition leaders like Jeren, were told that I was a scammer for detailing that. There you go. That's life. That's what you need to do if you're going to try and convince people that flat Earth isn't about Earth being measured flat. Science is about stories of the ball. Because they've gone and claimed that they've done science, haven't they? Jeren was one of them. He's saying he's doing science in Antarctica. No, he's not. But me saying what science really is wasn't conducive with their alleged science that they went and measured the ball with. In Antarctica, they didn't. They measured Earth flat.
So is there a certain title to say that you're a scientist, or does it not have a title?
Say that again.
Does it come with a title? Like, is a professor a scientist, or is that just a different title?
Just a different title. Professor's a qualification that you would acquire. Scientist is anybody who varies and manipulates that which they assume causes a phenomena they've observed in nature after formulating a hypothesis. That's a scientist.
So you shouldn't bow to a qualification.
You don't need a qualification to vary and manipulate that which you assume causes an effect you've observed in nature. You just need to formulate a hypothesis with a presumed cause and vary it in an experiment. That's it. That makes you a scientist. No qualifications are required.
That's what I wanted to know.
So you so eloquently laid down the scientific method, and I got an idiot in chat saying, or Jeren's experiments.
Darren's never done an experiment.
Exactly. You paying attention, cordial cynic? Why don't you join the show one day? Stop chat skanking.
Just explain what an experiment is. The actualization of a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction, which has an independent variable, that's your presumed cause, and a dependent variable, that's the effect you observe in nature. Now, Jaren's never done that. He's not varied and manipulate that which he assumes causing an effect he's observed. That has never been done by Jaron, and never will be.
Well, they claim the 24-hour Antarctica thing was a final experiment.
Yeah, I
Maybe
realise.
he's referring to that.
But what was the independent and dependent variable in that so-called experiment? Oh, there wasn't one. There was an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that suggested that if they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it would disprove an azimuthal equidistant North Pole-centric globe projection projected from a sphere created with flat Earth measurements. That was their so-called experiment. That's not an observation of a natural phenomena based on their seeing an observation of a natural phenomena. If they're going to allege that, they didn't see it till they got down there, and what did they do when they saw it? If they saw it at all? Well, they measured Earth flat with it, with elevation angles. That's not an experiment. It's a flat Earth measurement. But yeah, we're in a realm where it's easy to lead an opposition. You just need to put your own agents in place and have them talk about whatever it is you need your opponent to talk about to brace against. Now, if you can get your opponent to only talk about whether or not we've got men in space, there is an underlying prerequisite space for them to be in or not be in when you argue about them. That's what Jaron did. Jaron introduced the idea that we can argue about an area that doesn't exist. So he's essentially been put in place to say, well, I say there is no lion that can talk in Narnia. And then you, my opponent, says, yeah, there is definitely a lion in Narnia that can talk. What do we say? There is no Narnia. Narnia being out of space, in case you didn't follow.
Then comes the question, but why? Why would they? What does it profit anybody?
Why would they lie?
That's all. Yeah. Why would
Don't
they
care.
lie? That's what I got hit with last night.
I don't care. Well, the lie comes from her own side in this instance, from Jaron's lips. Nathan's a scammer because he talks about science and the scientific method consistently. No, I'm not. Well, that's not talking about Earth measurements, though, is it? The whole swindle is making Earth measurements into a group that you can ridicule. And you want the group to talk about things that are very much conducive with there being an outer space sky vacuum, and ignoring how Earth is actually measured flat by everyone, always and without exception. Keep them well away from that.
Sorry, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard. Why would they lie? Neil, have you ever lied?
No, I'm going to take out a tradition. I don't lie.
just play along. Yes, he has, Craig.
What?
So what was the purpose of the lie?
To deceive somebody.
Correct. So it's a stupid question to ask somebody why somebody else would lie. It's a simple answer, to deceive somebody.
Yeah, then they go, but why would they want to deceive? Well, you figure that one out for yourself. What I'm telling you here cannot be disputed. I've laid it out for you how Earth is measured flat. 3 ways. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole of why would they lie and what was the point of it, or what are they trying to hide? Well, I mean, I have my points of view. I think it leads right back to the father of lies, Lucifer, who wants to be as God is. He said he would exalt himself above the stars of heaven. He said, I will be like the Most High. And the whole world believes we're in a heliocentric system. Well, in my opinion, that's the one. That's the culprit.
It matters not, again, as much as I don't want to decry your question, the person that's asking why would they lie, it's, again, part of that controlled opposition narrative to question the reasoning behind the reality that you're faced with once you're faced with it. Now, why would they lie? That's an appeal to motivation fallacy in reality. Now, I'm not trying to condemn you, the person asking, but it is a fallacy to ask that question. It doesn't matter why they lied when they talk about outer space, the sky vacuum, and little men in it, and Earth being a ball based on flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements. The reason and motivation behind that is irrelevant. What is relevant is, what is Earth, if we're going to suggest this is a debate? It's not. Everybody's measuring Earth flat. So then all that matters is, what's the conclusion if you're going to suggest there's a question to be asked about the nature of our reality? And with an inference from your perspective, presumably, that it's sphericity as a prerequisite in the first instance. Well, it's not. Based on the measurements, Earth's flat. Why would they lie? I don't care. It's irrelevant. Know that it's flat. Once you know that it's flat, the question of motivation becomes unimportant. You know it's flat. Duffy took the gang to Flatarctica. Hope you're feeling better, and thanks for all you do, says Zozo. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Any more for any more? We're going to round out. I need to come up with a title for today's show. We call it Controlled Opposition FE or something like that.
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? That's a good title.
You want me to read the scripture that I got?
I mean, you can.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. Oh, ascend, that's up. I will exalt my throne above. There's another one. The stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. That's north, that's direction. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So there you have it. The father of lies, laying it out for you. Now Brian was talking about it the other day, how they make the sun that God created and the magnificence of what we can see, and they try to put it somewhere way, way far out that nobody could see to make this look like it's nothing, when this is the real glory. If we just look at creation or what God has created, no, the sun is a star, and there's many more of them out in the far distant galaxies. So, to me, that's the Lucifer trick.
There's an antidote to that. I'm going to do a quick shout out because I've been really enjoying Michael Kahn's really short videos that he does each day. I've been watching these, Neil.
No, I haven't.
So Michael Kahn's been doing a series, A Psalm a Day Keeps the Devil Away. And he's on number 60. He's done 60 of them. He just reads a psalm every day. It takes him a minute or so. And it's just really nice. It's really easy to digest. So shout out to you, Michael Kahn. I really appreciate what you've been doing. I'm sure you've seen me leaving little thumbs up comments and such. But yeah, I like the fact that you're just doing it in a nice, simple 1 minute package. Because I'm pretty time limited, generally speaking. So to have that offered up as, I see it as a service. So thank you very much for your service, Michael Kahn. I'm going to put a little link to your video in my live stream chat. And people can hopefully subscribe to you and enjoy a psalm a day to keep the devil away. Really appreciate what you're doing.
How long you say it took him?
Each one's only about a minute long, but he's done 60 so far.
Well, let me know when you get to Psalm 119.
That'll
See how
probably
long
be
that
about
minute's going to be.
another 59 days or so, Neil.
I used to do that too. What I did was I would read 5 Psalms a day and a proverb, because there's 31 proverbs. But I would read Psalm, if it started, today was the first of the month. I would read Psalm 1, Psalm 31, Psalm 61, Psalm 91, and Psalm 111. And I would read that all the way through the month. And you wouldn't believe how a lot of them connect. Very strange, but that's how I did it when I was, in a prison cell. I had, just the Bible. That's what I would do. So yeah, a psalm a day is great.
If you are watching, if you're amongst the 61 people watching now, pop along to Michael Kahn's video that's been linked. Divergent Droid still beat me to it, even with me having him in my history ready to go, knowing that I'd plug him. He still managed to beat me to him with a link. So shout out to you, Divergent Droid. Also, shout out to Divergent Droid, who's started to become a bit more vocal on his own channel. So if you actually click on The Flip Side with Divergent Droid and go to channel, you can subscribe to him. He called out some ordinary gamers in the last couple of days. So I like that Divergent Droid's become a little bit more vocal. But he basically left he's been doing this for quite a while, but he left a long comment for some ordinary gamers, because he'd been criticising Flat Earth in some capacity. So he overcame some of his objections in a long-form comment. But then you think, well, that's a lot of work to produce that comment. So what he's done off the back of that is actually produce it as a video and just read the comment out. So you can see, here's my comment to some ordinary gamers. Here's the context. And he just reads it on a video. You're like, yeah, that's good. I like that. It draws attention to a comment where it might just get removed by the YouTube videographer. So shout out to Divergent Droid also. Be sure to subscribe to him. If you can spam a link to your own video, flip side, that'd be really appreciated as well. So yeah, there's a couple of videographers in our live stream chat that I would like my limited audience of 62 people to actually go along and subscribe to. It's Divergent Droid and Michael Kahn.
62 people. We got to do something about that.
Please share the show if you've not done so already. Smash that share button. Share. Stick it on Bebo or MySpace or Facebook or X, whatever it is you're using as a social media platform. And just let the world know. Nathan Oakley 1980 is live right now.
I bet if you start talking about Ether, you'd get thousands.
I've had this last week. Somebody said, well, why not just talk about some of the subjects that get you more popularity in the flat earth arena? So what, I mean, I could talk about mud floods or 9/11 truth or Sandy Hook or Charlie Kirk. And yeah, I'd get a lot more views, but I'd be sacrificing my own integrity, wouldn't I?
Absolutely. And if we do talk about it, it's in the negatives.
Yeah, absolutely. That said, I mean, there are certain inklings that people are looking into these subjects and going, oh, there's something not quite right here. And that might make them scratch their head. But that's about it. I mean, when it comes to the subject that we actually cover, there are far stronger evidentiary standards that we can lay down for our audience in terms of Earth and its measurements and them being flat. And that's what I'd rather lean into always. Yes, you've got to undo certain narratives, and that's what the book will do. So it's not like you've got 16 chapters of us talking about Earth being measured flat in the book. It's going through the progression from conspiratorial subjects and how Earth gets dealt with in debate and what we fondly call the feast of nonsense offered up by our alleged leaders to deal with as though it's the subject matter, and it isn't. But we undo a lot of those subjects. A lot of the claim to be proofs of a ball that are alleged are undone in my book. When it comes out, everybody will be grateful for it. You can pass it on to a friend, and then the undoing of gravity you can get from the book in the gravity chapter. You know, the alleged spin of the Earth is undone in the Coriolis chapter. But at every stage, each and every subject matter is brought back to the focus of the flat Earth. So the working title of the book was, and isn't anymore, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. So if you're talking about Coriolis effect, for example, as that was the last subject I'd mentioned a moment ago, you need a plane of reference to describe Coriolis effect. The deflection is a non-inertial plane and an inertial plane of reference. They're flat. So in order to describe an alleged spherical claim to be effect that Earth experiences, that's Coriolis, you'll need flat planes to describe it. Now, we don't experience Coriolis effect. I might as well give you the concise undoing of this alleged to be drift at 15 degrees an hour, where Earth turns underneath a non-inertial, as a non-inertial turning reference frame. That claim would mean that a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half as Earth turned underneath it. Like it's alleged to turn underneath gyroscopes and pendulums by Foucault. Now, that is not the case. It violates the base principle of gyros, but that is the claim, that Earth is turning underneath as a second reference frame. What's that I can hear? Can you hear that? You and your reference frames are ruined. Oh, thanks, Dan. Meanwhile, you need a flat plane to describe inertial and non-inertial planes of reference. Spinning. Good.
So you're saying Coriolis is not real?
Coriolis is real. So if you stand on a roundabout spinning around and there's two people either side of you tossing a ball back and forth, then you on the roundabout Let's go on camera to do this. If you're on the roundabout, so you're spinning around and around, and you're looking as the roundabout spins, but either side of the roundabout, there's two people that aren't on the roundabout throwing a ball over the top of you. Well, as you watch that ball move in a straight line, you will perceive it to curve because you are turning underneath it. Now, that perceived curved path is the Coriolis force, the force that makes it curve. Now, it's a pseudo force because the ball isn't curving. It appears to curve because you turn underneath the ball. That is Coriolis effect. You, on a non-inertial turning reference frame, observing the motion of something travelling in an actual straight path, appear to curve. And the appearing to curve bit is Coriolis deflection caused by the pseudo Coriolis force, because there isn't one. No force is applied to the ball. It's only travelling straight. It's only perceived to curve because you're turning underneath it. Well, that is alleged to be an effect that the ball Earth, when assumed after measuring it flat, is claimed to have. That is to say, you are alleged to be turning underneath things with a 15 degree an hour alleged drift being apparent. So you look at the stars and they're turning. They go, oh, they're not really turning. You claimed to be turning underneath. So the stars aren't really moving. It's an alleged drift at 15 degrees an hour. That's Coriolis force. Well, if that was the case, then Earth is turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame. Now, when we point out that Earth isn't turning underneath, you get a smart ass like Dan turn around and say, well, you and your reference frames, they're not my reference frames if we're claiming Earth's turning underneath, but nevertheless, the claim by Dan is that my reference frames have been ruined when he shows things not drifting. You're like, okay, so you haven't got 15 degrees an hour drift then. Kind of caught between the rock and a hard place there, Dan. Dan's very good at disproving his own rhetoric by utilisation of me explaining his rhetoric on his behalf, and then him telling me that my rhetoric's been debunked when he overcomes a globe Earth rhetoric like Earth turning underneath at 15 degrees an hour. Not according to Simon Dan. According to Simon Dan, my reference frames have been ruined? No. You, on a claim to be turning Earth, don't have two reference frames and Coriolis deflection. We'd notice. Flights from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take about an hour and a half instead of the 4.5 hours they actually take if Earth was turning underneath. People would look up the plane and go, oh, look, check it out, it looks like it's curving. It's not really curving, it's just us turning underneath to cause this Coriolis deflection and not actual deflection. That's to say the plane isn't really curving, it just looks like it's curving because we're turning underneath it, shortening its flight time. That doesn't happen. I point this out and Dan tells me my reference frames are ruined. Idiot.
So you're saying there's just no Earth-based Coriolis?
Correct. The roundabout example is Coriolis deflection. You can experience Coriolis effect. Sit on a roundabout and ask someone to throw a ball over the top of you. And you'll look at it and go, wow, it looks like it's curving. Yeah, that's because you're turning underneath it, though. It's not really curving, it's travelling straight. The effect of it seeming to curve is Coriolis effect. So if we've got a seeming to curve stars because Earth's turning underneath, then Earth's turning underneath and we'd notice. It would shorten flight times.
Could be the ether drift.
Yeah, there you go. That's where your controlled opposition narrative comes in, doesn't it? You can have people like Bob Nodell saying, oh, no, the alleged rotation of Earth at 15 degrees an hour is actually a star rotation at 15 degrees an hour. Okay, so we're not overcoming the Coriolis deflection argument and pointing out that you need to measure a plane of reference to make this claim work. No, we're now introducing a second part of a false dichotomy in the form of an ether drift. Well, that would be useful if you're a controlled opposition shill that never mentions how flat Earth gets measured and only introduces a new bullshit narrative about ether drift. Sounds like a controlled opposition narrative to me, because it is. We can point out how Earth isn't turning underneath, and then our opponents will agree with me. Like, Dan, you and your reference frames are ruined. But is that what the flatties were doing at the time? No. They were introducing ether drift. Shills, all of them. The same people who called me a scammer. Why? Well, because I'm pointing out Earth would be required to be described as a flat plane to describe this effect, and we'd notice if Earth turned underneath hot air balloons, planes, drones, if you jump up and down, stars, gyros, compasses, pendulums, everything. If it's claimed to have this effect, then it must be a non-inertial turning reference frame. Turning underneath. That's how the effect works, like the roundabout, turning underneath the ball. But if you can turn that into, we've got an ether drift, then you've got two sides of a coin being controlled, rather than pointing out how Earth must be flat. Looks like Neil's disappeared. Anybody got anything to mention from Discord? If not, I'm going to round out this live stream. No? With that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah, that was a good live show. I like the way you went through the scientific method, like in each and every step.
Oh, thank you.
It's good, like videos like that. It's always good to save it so you can always go back to it. You know, like it's just good information.
Yeah, it's always worth going over the scientific method, I feel, because that will just be a poison that creeps its way back in if we don't constantly keep on top of it.
Yeah, it's just as important as anything else.
Yeah, if we didn't constantly go over science and the scientific method and what it was, it wouldn't be long. It would be a month or two, maybe 3 or 4 tops before, science proves you're on a ball. All science proves it. That's what we'd get. What can I do as a thumbnail for Why Would They Lie?
An ice wall up there.
I'll think of something.
So right when you were getting into that, I lost all internet.
Bummer.
Right. I think my son forgot to pay the bill.
Got to pay the internet bill?
Yeah, I think so. Told him, make sure you pay it before you go to bed. Nope. Must have still been going through the earth being flat. It's very, it's weighing on him.
Hope a few
Watching this guy.
Hope a few people go to Michael Kyle and subscribe.
I'm sure they will. You have great influence, Nathan.
I don't think so. Not when there's only 60 people watching.
Okay, there are reasons for that. The end of summer, right? You were sick for a little bit, so there wasn't shows for a while. People will be back. And when the book comes out, you'll have a whole new audience.
I do think that will make a difference when the book comes out.
Absolutely, because I've been sitting in on most of them. I'd say 99% of them I've been sitting in on. Of course, I get a phone call right in the middle of that. And it's a great book, man. Not just saying that because I consider you my friend. This is a really good book. It's going to help a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so. Unpacking what FE is as a controlled opposition narrative and what FE is in terms of measurement and linking the two together, which is how the book's sort of developed over time, I think is incredibly useful. I think people will like it. And it's not an oversimplified book either. It's not too complicated. The language isn't horrendous.
Good afternoon.
Hello, whoever that was.
Yeah, I think also having the book going to other speakers of other languages, that'll definitely widen the audience. You know what I mean? You never know the seeds that get planted.
Oh, absolutely. What you'll be doing is incredibly important. I'm sure you're not fishing for compliments about your future work, but yes, absolutely.
No. There's I just wanted to mention there's a gentleman who's interested in doing the German version as well. So I'm in touch with him if that. Well, I don't know. When's the next book correction, by the way?
As soon as Adam gets a chair and he can actually sit in his office, and he's the curator currently, or stenographer, whatever you want to call him. So he's crucial to doing this process, and currently he's out of commission because he's had his computer stolen. So he's replaced his computer now. He's got himself a new office. He just needs a chair, and he wants some sort of lazy boy or something. He was telling me he's just got to actually buy it. So soon, I think that'll be this. I think we'll start again this week. I'm guessing at some point.
What is there, a lack of chairs in the UK?
Chairs are very important. Once you bought it, you end up sitting on it for years and years and years. So I don't blame him for wanting a really nice chair. I took a long time over buying this chair.
I'm telling you, the best chairs are the ones you find in, what do you call them, secondhand stores where you buy clothes? Thrift shops? Well, in Alabama, they have huge ones. I mean, the amount of chairs that they have available there. I mean, nice ones.
So his chair was stolen. His computer, he was like stripped clean.
That's a good question.
He was robbed,
I don't know how to
I've
answer that. I don't think it was stolen. I think it was just damaged when they climbed on it.
He's moving everything from the, I call it garage, he calls it shed, into the house. So he's got to get a chair, I guess, that fits where he's putting everything, where he'll be comfortable as well.
So they didn't steal his office.
Bloody English. What was that?
So they didn't steal his office then?
Well, they stole from his office and destroyed it in the process. They took his Warhammer figures too.
We thinks it's an inside job.
Yeah, it sounds shilly.
Well, when you hear things like getting ahead of the book, I mean, what better way to get ahead of a book that has not come out yet than to steal it?
And Warhammer figures.
Yes, that's crazy.
No, the Warhammer figures are a dig. That's a right jab to Adam. Like, here, take that, you flat earther, trying to change the world. Take that. We know you enjoy this. We can see. Got to put yourself in their mindset. They're a bunch of scumbags. So what do scumbags do?
Just to stay on that mindset, is the book copyrighted in any way already?
Well, it doesn't exist yet, so no.
But you have galley proofs and things like that.
I'm not an author, so I don't know what you're asking. What does that mean?
Well, not to
Well, I mean, if
manifest
somebody
anything into
stole it,
reality,
you
but
sell it.
Neil, carry on. Sorry.
Well, if what Neil is saying, then logically it would follow that if it was stolen, then the perpetrators could put the copyright or release it, and then that's where I'm going with that.
No, just stealing it to stop it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's a bit like, do you remember O.J. Simpson? When he lost his civil case, one of the things that he lost as a result of the civil case was the publication rights to his own book. And in the book, he describes how, if he was the perpetrator, how he would have done it. And he called the book If I Did It. Well, the estate that won the civil case, then owns the book and the rights to publish it, so they did. But they just changed the cover from "if I did it" to "I did it." They just put the "if" in tiny little letters. When I heard that, I thought it was hilarious. So if you look at O.J. Simpson's book on the shelf, it says in massive letters, "I did it."
That's crazy. Yeah, so I'm suggesting that because they want to stop it, not to put it out there, and that's the last thing they want to do, is have that book in circulation. So I don't think they're stealing it in that way. I think they're stealing it to stop it. Let's
Plus,
just say
wouldn't
I'm
that be
correct.
snitching on yourself if you steal something and publish it?
Vax, hold on. Let's just say we're correct. Because, there's a few of us that have this mindset. They know they can't stop it because it's in us, but it would cause a major, major delay. We'd have to start from scratch. So it's just little games.
Just to be clear, so there was no copy saved in other places?
No. That was taken care of. QE was on top of it. He actually said, before Adam went on vacation, he said, "Adam, send me all the pages of the book, whatever it's called." What is it called, Nathan, where he was storing it?
Hard drive?
Name. Yeah. Remember how he would keep it? So right before Adam left, he did send it all to QE. So
Perfect. So it's all good then. I mean, that could be used if there was any kind of copyright infringement, meaning they changed the document or something or attempt to undermine it. Those correspondences will prove in court, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Not that I knew that till you said that 10 seconds ago, but yeah. I think Neil's right.
Perfect, then. It's all good.
If we are to buy into that conspiratard nonsense that Neil's perpetrating because he's a shill, then obviously there would be ways around it, but I don't think they'd be doing it to publish it.
Hey, what did I? Who's this shill?
You. Shill.
Don't blow my cover. What QE said to Adam was, "Adam, what if you die? So send me everything you got so we have it," which is a very wise move by a very wise leader, the quantum eraser. So Nathan, you got one housekeeping question done. Sorry, go ahead.
We'll do one more tomorrow.
So Vax, what's going on in 24/7? They still giving you a hard time over there?
I got banned permanently.
For what?
Did you say the word?
Well, I only got banned from the. I don't think I'm banned from politics. I'm just banned from the. Like their logo looks like like the stereotypical flat Earth picture with the dome. I got banned from that one, I think.
Nathan, it is interesting when I did hear the recordings of that. I mean, unless Jedi has a reason for saying it, but he did claim 2 celestial poles.
So what?
I mean, they were doing that on Saturday. It's no big deal. I don't care that they claim 2 celestial poles, but just don't say you didn't when you did. That's really the only thing I was arguing about was I'm being called a liar for something that is still being claimed. That's the only thing I got upset about. If there is two, I don't care. There could be five. Who knows?
Could be infinite.
No, I see your grievance now, because your whole shtick when Eli was getting very cross with you was they said it, now they're denying it, and they're persecuting me for pointing out that they're saying it. And Eli was like, no, I know those people, they wouldn't say that. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
I mean, anyone can believe in whatever they want. I mean, they, they have like their little diagrams and stuff, and they think that it's true. I mean, whatever. That's fine. Could they be correct? Yeah. Could they be wrong? Yeah. But I mean, it's nothing we can prove. It's just the sky. You can't go up there and touch anything or get a better look at it.
They have their little diagrams. Vax wax a little shot. They have their little discs, right? That they can put on top of each other or next to each other. The little CDs spinning or the little bicycles. You know, the bicycle wheels?
Yeah. I mean, opposing bike tires. Which isn't like, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, the only issue I have is you're given the same properties to south as you are north, and that's the only thing I don't really care for because it doesn't make sense to me. Because as I was saying, if everyone's on a circle of equal altitude and they're all pointing north at the same time, how could they all possibly be pointing south in the same direction as well? I don't know. And again, it's kind of a stupid thing to argue about. But
Well, I think what happened was that Antarctica thing put people in a position where they felt they had to have answers.
Yo,
When
hey,
if you
dude, one
knew
of the
about the
things
measurements,
that Vax, you hear me?
what's up, Bushel? Yeah, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, yeah, I heard that conversation 24/7, and like the part that confused me was when Indio said that the coordinate system, like longitude, latitude, coordinate points, are not points on the ground, but points on the sky. And um, do you remember him saying that? I don't. That's not true. The coordinate systems they're GPs, they're ground positions, right?
Mm. Well, yeah, that's because like 10 minutes later, that's when I got permabanned from because I got into a real. I don't know. I said some pretty vulgar things to him because he started yelling at me. I started yelling back, and then I said a lot of swearing.
He was being rude, man. He was being, bro. I don't know. I don't like the shitty attitude.
well, Indio's
Yeah,
intellectual.
but I don't help myself in that regard either because I can be a complete jerk at times too. So
Yeah, that's true.
Won't hear
Like I
anything
was
of it.
saying, sorry, Nathan.
I was just being sarcastic. You go, Neil.
That's what I'm saying. That TFE put people in a position where they felt they had to come up with answers for things, because that's when it really was ramped up, right? Right around that time, and you really don't if you understand the measurements. Who cares? Like we've been saying from the beginning, who cares? There's a lot of things I don't know about the sky.
the whole latitude thing, I hate to say, after further review, I think we were both kind of correct at the same time because I messed up when I said it was a ground position, which I mean, I guess technically, like if I'm standing at 50 degrees latitude and I make an elevation angle to Polaris, like the ground I'm standing on is on 50 degrees latitude, but it's not really a GP of anything. It's just where the angle measurement's being taken from. But I don't know. I don't even remember exactly how Indio worded it, but it's just I didn't like it. But that's also on the heels of him saying you derive your latitude by taking elevation angles to the celestial equator or some nonsense. So anytime he starts talking about it, my ears automatically go up because I kind of feel like he doesn't fully know what he's talking about.
Sounds like they've been poisoned
Or he
with
does.
garbage from somebody else. So somebody else who wants them to argue for ground positions, GP positions, latitude being sky-based. No, we're measuring it with Polaris with respect to an angle on the ground 90 degrees below the star. That's what latitude is. So the GP is on the ground below Polaris. That's Polaris's GP for latitude. Well, that's a ground-based measurement that we use for ground-based navigation when measuring along the ground and to Polaris. But if you can turn that into something else, which it sounds like it's being turned into in politics, then you effectively poison your own side by leading them. So it sounds like he's been led to believe that it's something else. Well, is he being trained by 10th Man with all of the backup of every book describing it? No. Someone in politics is now training him how to describe it to you, which irritates you. That doesn't mean Indio's a shill, but it sounds like he's been trained by one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be great to just remove anybody who's talking about actual flat Earth measurements from that arena so that you and your controlled opposition leaders can control how the conversation goes?
Yep.
Right. So that's me and QE in this instance, get removed from those groups. And then what do you know? They're talking about the land-based ground positions being sky. No, they're not, are they? But that's what they're talking about. Shocking. You want to control the opposition, bloody hell, Neil. If you want to control the opposition, lead it.
I was just going to say, and then someone like Vax comes in and they know he's from here, ban him too.
Getting back to what Vax was talking about, can that ground position, I mean, technically, those distances are the same between the observer point and the GP beneath Polaris. Could the observer point then be turned into, de facto a GP, right? It's maybe that question doesn't make any sense, but
it doesn't. Yeah, GP
can it be used?
It's just the point below the star or sun or whatever it is you're measuring. The GP is just if you were to be below the star you're measuring, it's just you standing below the star and it at your zenith. That's what the ground position is. So if you're measuring an angle, you're measuring to 90 degrees below the star, and that 90 degree point from the star down to the ground, that's the ground position, and then 90 degrees to you, that is a GP.
Okay, and then your point where you are taking that measurement from, can that be inferred at least as being something valid? Maybe, yeah. Do you understand what I'm getting at, or am I just off on a weird jag?
I don't really know. What you're measuring is from your position to the star to acquire its ground position. That's what you want, and the measurement is called an elevation angle measurement. So you're measuring the elevation angle of the star for its ground position 90 degrees at the zenith of the star to your position at where you measure it. That's the three sides of the triangle.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I was just trying to extrapolate into something odd because it seemed like he said that was a sticking point in the argument, but I could see his logic there.
How is it a sticking point?
That would be for him to, if he remembers, but I can't exactly say. Sorry.
Sure. But it sounds like what we've gone through for years in terms of celestial navigation and how Earth gets measured with elevation angles in all instances has now been turned into a sticking point. Shocking. It's not. It's very simple. It's just an elevation angle. You're measuring an angle to a star, or in the case of what's on screen for my audience, not you guys, you're measuring it for 3 stars so you can find your position with 3 circles of equal elevation overlapping at one point only on a flat surface.
Yeah, we had
I don't
taken us to blow it out.
Sorry, Nick. I didn't mean it was a sticking point for our argument. It was a sticking point for Vax to sort of prove his point by using the observer as the GP in that regard, because it's implied in the measurement itself, or something like that.
Well, that's incorrect. So yeah, when you're measuring an elevation angle, you aren't the GP. The GP is below the star you're measuring.
Right,
Sure,
I think that's where confusion came from. Because when I said GP, as soon as it left my lips, I'm like, I don't know if I should have said GP. Because, I wasn't using GP in that sense. I just meant the position on the ground you're at is like I said, if you're taking a 40-degree angle, the ground that you're standing on is on 40 degrees latitude. But I don't know.
If your measurement's to Polaris, then yeah, you've got a triangle between you and Polaris along the ground, 90 degrees below Polaris, if you're at 40 degrees latitude. But you've described your position as the GP incorrectly, is what you're saying, correct?
I think so. I don't even know. I got to go back and listen to. I posted it in the main text, but I haven't listened to it in like 3 days. I don't even remember exactly what was said. He said something to the effect of, latitude's not a position on the ground, it's a position in the sky. And I just disagreed and started arguing, and then that was it.
Yeah, ground position or geographic position.
Great. That clears it up for me. Thanks. I see where you were going.
But that's the fundamental basis for the derivation that they utilize. Their ball is based on those measurements. To create a ball, you have to measure elevation angles. Al-Biruni's measuring an elevation angle of a mountain. The minimum elevation angle of Polaris is another way you can derive a radial value, flat in nature, to then convert to sphericity, to then put in orbital motion. That's Kepler. Or scale with Huygens. So you start with a flat plane, you start with elevation angle measurements, then you can convert that flat circular radial value, that's distance to GP, into a spherical radial value. That's how the trick works. But it doesn't alter how they measure Earth. They still measure Earth flat. So when Dan does the same thing 1,000 times over, he's still deriving spherical radial values from flat Earth circles of equal elevation. That's distance to GP along the flat surface for it to be called an angle. That's how it works. Got to measure Earth flat.
I was using AI, not the guy, but like AI on Google, Gemini, to kind of flesh out, because after I said it, I'm like, well, shit, maybe I was incorrect to jump on India about saying it's a sky position. But the more I kind of was digging into it, I mean, I don't feel like I was incorrect, because, like, for instance, it says here, latitude is a ground position measurement. It's a geographic coordinate that specifies north-south position of a point on the Earth's surface.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. But somehow they've decided to argue that it's a sky position. Well, that sounds very useful if you're going to convert the position that you measure through into the spherical protractor they call the globe Earth. So Indio, a flat earther, is arguing in conjunction with the conversion to the point in the sky that you get the angle from when measuring the ground position on the flat ground. But that converted position becomes their ball surface. So he's being led by a controlled opposition narrative that suggests that this is a sky position. All right, so when you measure it in the sky for a ground position, that's a sky measurement. Yeah. Well, what's the conversion? Well, the conversion becomes the globe. It becomes the outside edge of the protractor you're measuring through. That's why you get those labelled points of latitude and longitude running around the globe as if it is a protractor, because that's the conversion after you've measured the ground flat with the ground position being below the star along the flat surface for the flat line for the flat angle. Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So he's falling in line with something that's useful for a baller, isn't he?
Yes.
He's
The
being
way
led
you
by-
explained it, yes.
So who's doing that? It'd be interesting to find out why Indio is utilising a position that's helpful for ballers to convert a flat Earth measurement into the outside edge of the sky position in reality when measured, but then ball ground position when converted. Because he's saying it's the sky. Well, the sky will become their ground if you convert that sky position to a protractor and make it the ball Earth. So who's told him that? Probably the same people that voted to ban me and QE.
Very interesting the way you just laid that out. I think you're right.
That's exactly why I got frustrated with him. I just did not have the capabilities to articulate myself that way. Instead, I just started swearing.
Well, without getting too moany at you, just don't. If you're going to end up half-stepping your way around, you're going to get banned. I mean, for me, they weren't going to ban me for half-stepping around the subject. They banned me for racism.
Right, yeah.
Right. You're a racist, Nathan?
No.
So why would they ban you for that? They got a double
Seems like a good
standard over
excuse.
there.
Well, I mean, and I'm not trying to start crap or anything, but when I was in there the other night, a Glober popped on and he just started spamming the N-word, and then saying other grotesque things. He just got muted for 5 minutes, and then he said a lot of really bad things, but he wasn't banned.
No, I know that. And I said that when I was in there one time, it happened. And Crit was in there. And I said, oh boy, I hope this guy's going to get perma-banned. And then they tried to flip it around because they knew where I was coming from. And they said that, Nathan, you chose to not go over there anymore because they were offering solutions and you refused.
But the point that you say, we have voted to permaban you, and one of the people who voted to ban me had literally, and I quote, said these words to me: "Don't treat me like a nigger," end quote, AI overlord. When I hear that that person has banned me for diffusing somebody who comes in and spams the N-word in a played clip, and I use the same word that's being used in context to diffuse the situation. When I'm banned for racism in that circumstance, I don't want to be around those people. Those people to me come across kind of shilly. Well, I'm going to be fighting a losing battle. Do I want to return? No. So what has that been spun into? Oh, right, we tried to offer solutions. What, for me not being a racist and diffusing somebody using the N-word? The same person who contextually was absolutely, without question, racist. Well, that person's scum. AI overlord. Scumbag. And racist. AI overlord is a racist. When you ask me not to treat you like a nigger, that makes you, that's AI overlord, a racist. Just to be absolutely clear, AI overlord is a racist. He banned me for racism. We clear?
Chris, go.
Missed the whole show.
Hey, Eli.
Oh, what did he do?
Hey,
Hello, Eli.
no.
No, that's not what the show was about. So when you listen again, you'll hear.
What happened?
Nothing? I mean, we covered Earth being flat, if that's what you mean.
Hmm.
Yeah, and how it's measured like that.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Unless you're talking specifically about me being banned for racism.
I know over there at 24/7 Discord, they're a bunch of.
They're not a bunch.
when I said
No,
hello,
they're not a bunch of.
my
Just one
girlfriend thought
individual.
I was.
Sorry, Eli. Go ahead.
When I said hello, my girlfriend thought I was talking to her. So when I was telling her, no, not you, I didn't hear what y'all said. So that's what I meant by what was that? But I understand. I guess y'all were talking a little bit about AI and I guess the Earth being flat.
Yeah, it's a shame it comes down to talking about how racist somebody is over on the politics server, but the double standards do piss me off, if I'm honest. I don't consider myself to be a racist, but when I hear somebody who's using racist commentary and then banning me for racism, it does kind of sting a little bit, I've got to be honest.
Well, to be fair, I don't think you were banned.
They voted.
Yeah, they voted for a permanent ban.
They made it explicitly clear that it was a permanent ban.
Never mind then.
So after the fact, it's not actually permanent, maybe? I don't care. It's like, you've made it seem like I've been such an egregious racist that I need to be permanently banned.
And that's weird because you were demonstrating how not racist you are by explaining how the word was being used.
Yeah, contextually, I was trying to defuse that word, but by saying it, that just got me banned. So, like, okay, fine, whatever.
My issue with that whole situation was out of nowhere we were banned. We came, oh shoot, we've been banned, right? Instead of somebody coming on and explaining it to you right then and there, like, hey Nathan, I'm gonna have to ban you because you said the word 55 times.
Didn't say it
Nothing.
55 times.
Boom, ban. I'm just exaggerating, but yeah, they should have just came right on and explained the situation right there. But they didn't. They did it sneakily in the middle of the show. We're freaking banned.
Yeah, like I say, whatever the reasoning behind it, if that's the circumstance, I don't necessarily want to involve myself with that particular group of people. So, if after the fact they've said, oh, no, he wasn't permanently banned, it's like, okay. From memory, I asked, do you mean permanent when you say permanent? And it was made clear, yes, permanent. So afterwards, you're like, no, we didn't mean permanent, we meant temporary. He's been invited back. You're like, okay, well then you lied when you said it was permanent then. Anyway, who cares?
Yeah, we're doing our own thing now. Telling everybody how Earth is measured flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people get upset when you say that. I don't understand why.
Because it destroys the argument and ends it completely. And there's going to be people out there that would prefer that the argument was kept in place because that's the whole gig, isn't it? Making it seem like there's an argument when everyone's measuring Earth flat. So us pointing out everyone's measuring Earth flat, it'd probably be best if you had somebody from the other side saying, no, we don't like that argument. An argument that means there isn't an argument anymore. There's just the flat Earth measurements.
Yeah. After the show, Nathan, don't dip.
Okay.
Dip as in dip angle correction?
You know what I just realized with the whole latitude thing that we were speaking of a few minutes ago? Because it's happened before
you're more.
where, certain people will be like, okay, if it has something to do with the ground, then how come you can't just use the ground to determine your latitude? Why do you have to use the sky? And I just, man, I don't like, why are they like, so it's just frustrating because when, like, clearly you have to have the sky visible.
He's fighting
If you're on
ghost,
the
guys.
Mayflower.
One sec, Eli.
Huh?
Hold on. Carry on.
Like if you're on the Mayflower, like you're a stupid pilgrim on the Mayflower, and you got complete cloud cover, you can't see the sky, you're not going to be able to determine what latitude you're at. You have to wait for the sky to clear. But at the same time, the surface of the water that you're floating in is going to be that latitude, whatever, based off whatever angle you're making. I mean, it is kind of both. But I mean, latitude alone isn't a point. It's kind of like, it's like you got the street that somebody lives on, but you don't have the house number, right? I don't know. But
You
to say
just
it's
read
only a
out the
sky measurement, I
definition.
just think that's incorrect.
Right, go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees.
Disagrees with what?
What you just said.
Yeah, it's in the main text chat. India started, like, we had a big argument about it. He disagrees.
Here we go, uncontextually talking about stuff.
That's not fair to say. That's like, why is it every time I have a point to make or something,
I'm gonna
you automatically
bust
just assume I'm lying or
your
being
ass
deceitful about it? I'm
after
kind of getting
the
old.
show is over because I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm gonna share what needs to be shared, and I'm gonna feel really good about it.
Okay. It's good to know.
What is that supposed to mean exactly?
Nathan, you know how ballers swear up and down they're gonna get some proof to you, and then that proof proves the Earth is flat when
Yeah.
they give it to you.
No,
Yeah,
well, they don't give it
that's
to
what
you, but yeah.
happened.
What of it?
Men went, after all this time and dug out the actual conversation that I was never there for between me, him, and Jedi.
Yeah, I
Remember
forgot that you were involved in the
that whole
conversation.
conversation that I wasn't there for, Neil? Remember that?
Yeah, but I have one that you are there for. You
No, that's the
Jedi.
point. He said I was never there. That's the point. Now you're taught. Now you're Jedi mind tricked, aren't you? Like, yeah, I was
Yeah,
always
I'm not
there. That was the point.
No,
You were there
he
for that
said
one
he didn't realize you
particular
were there. He told me that.
conversation.
No, he didn't. He said for the initial argument that I wasn't there, and I said I was the originator with you, and that's exactly what others confirmed also. They was like, before even him, Indio, and Jedi was arguing the day before, a couple days before, I was the one that initiated the conversation with him.
Oh,
Like
were
I
you?
told y'all.
Oh, that's good. Like I said, I'm not a supercomputer, man. This is a conversation on Discord from January 25th. It's now the 29th of September. My bad. I got something incorrect. You were there for that one conversation, but if you listen to that conversation, I clearly state how the night before we were talking about it. So I don't know. Were you there for that one too? There's no audio of that day because I went back and looked because once I saw in the video, I'm like, oh, we talked about this the night previous. There's nothing with that date. So, okay, yeah, you were there. Yeah. So it's not a big deal. It's kind of majoring on the minors, if you ask me.
No, every time I tried to clear up what was said and wasn't said, the way you shut me down is by telling me over what I was saying, that I wasn't there, so to shut up. It was kind
You,
of
I mean, you
odd
definitely
that I
weren't
was
there for
actually
every
one of
conversation.
the 3 people in the conversation. You, me, Jedi.
Mm-hmm. I remember. I remember because I reviewed the video, and yes, you were there for that one particular discussion. That's fine. Still doesn't change the fact that you guys are literally arguing for 2 celestial poles. So I don't understand what the issue is in the first place, because that's why you called me a liar. You know, so it's just silly.
I called you a liar because you said people were saying there was a 1-to-1 with Polaris. And I said no one ever said that.
Well, yeah, but in the video that you are present in that we were discussing, didn't I not state that that's what was being said the night before?
You're saying it, but people are also telling you that you didn't hear clearly or understand what they were actually saying. Like,
Okay.
so
All right. So bottom line is we have 2 celestial poles. One has a visible pulsar, one doesn't. Okay. So 2 celestial poles, 1 pulsar. It's still,
did anybody
I don't
say that? Or
understand.
did anyone else review? Because this is like splitting hairs. After all, I guess the point in contention really is, does there appear to be 2 points of rotation?
Why is that a point of contention, though?
Exactly. Why don't you fucking tell
No swearing.
Nathan why that's a point of contention?
No swearing.
Why don't, or maybe Neil even. Why don't y'all tell us why that's in contention? Go ahead, Vax.
Because just because you have an apparent rotation of certain circumpolar constellations, that doesn't equate to it being a separate pole where south is the center of this pole, like north is the center of the other one. Like I said, north and south are not the same thing. North is a fixed location that people from different points of a circle of equal elevation can all look at the same time and point north.
And
Kind of
south
like
is
what
not, which
you
which
remember
everyone and south is not, right? And
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
south isn't.
nobody disagreed.
Yeah, north's an absolute direction. Fixed.
yes.
But that's all you've got
Yeah, whereas south is just opposite of north.
on a compass.
Who was I? It was
Exactly.
AV, I believe I was talking to, where he was upset with me, and he said that I had to prove that circle of equal elevation is actually a circle.
What?
Well, I mean, it's not a
No,
trapezoid.
no,
It's not a
no.
triangle.
Is that in the video? I bet not, right?
And no, this is just
Here you
from
go.
this past weekend.
Okay. So nobody told you that.
So what was he arguing for then? When I said you can have different people
Nobody told you that.
on different points of a certain latitude all look north at the same time and see the star at the same time. How,
And
if that's the
Brian
case, then how
told
can
you
the south
no,
be the
that's
same
not
for everybody?
possible because it's not nighttime simultaneously for the 3 points that
Yeah,
you gave. That was the same
I can back
thing
it
that
up.
was responded to you. See how he's talking over me now?
Sorry.
One at a time.
And that was the same thing that was pointed out to you at 24/7. It's like, well, no, Miggy, I think it was talking to him. It was like, no, you can't. Miggy said, prove that you can. This is what it was. I didn't like the way Miggy was arguing against it, but I think I understand what it was, because Miggy, when he said, if you put people on a certain latitude, they will all be in a circle pointing at Polaris. And Miggy said, prove that. With the latitudes that
I
he
can.
gave are all
I can
simultaneously
prove
at
that
night.
right now.
Hold
Give
on,
me a
just
second.
hold on. He's
Technically,
nearly
not
done.
even true.
Just hold on. Carry on, Eli.
So the points that he gave aren't even simultaneously at nighttime. So technically, it wasn't true what he was saying. That was what was being challenged.
I didn't mean to cut you off at the end, Eli. I don't want to have like a big Like, I'm not trying
Just
to get like my
respond, bro.
blood
Just
pressure raised and
respond,
yelling.
bro. I'm not mad. Just respond.
Yeah, let's see. Main text chat. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this correctly because it's a stupid name. Hold on. Hold on. DeLonga. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's a plateau in Georgia, not the country Georgia, but next to Alabama and Florida, Georgia. Let's see. So you got that, and this is all 34 degrees north latitude. So you got this point in Georgia that's on 34 degrees north latitude. You got a place called Palmyra, Syria, 34 degrees north latitude. And let me see. I grabbed the wrong screenshot. Oh, where is it?
Fine, you've got a place in the east and you've got a place in the west that are both on the same latitude. Okay.
Yeah. I got the place in Georgia, the place in Syria, and then a city called Srinagar, India. All 34 degrees north latitude, all thousands and thousands of miles apart. But the thing is, when it's 7:03 p.m. in Georgia, it's 2:30 a.m. in Syria, and it's 4:33 a.m. in India. So those are three separate places on 34 degrees north latitude where I can get out, like all those people from those locations can get on the phone, go outside and point north, and I'll be pointing at the exact same fixed point in the sky. So.
Okay. What's your point?
So yes, it absolutely does happen.
And are you suggesting that the people in that server were saying it doesn't?
He didn't give that example, but even still, the overall point is that Miggy was like, "Oh, did people actually do that?" And the bottom line is no. He's just giving a hypothetical example.
Yeah, but it's still possible just because people
No
haven't
one
done it. But
in
then
the
again, who's to
beginning,
say
no one
people
argued
from those
what
three
a
locations
fucking
haven't?
circle of equal altitude is in the first place.
Say that again, please.
The only person
Did
that's
you say
trying
I
to make
don't
a
know what?
circle of
Oh, you
equal
got to let him say it. Come on. Just one at a time.
My
Go
bad.
ahead, Eli.
I apologize.
A circle of equal altitude isn't something that was in contention or an argument in the first place. The way that you word things, that's the problem. And I thought, well, maybe you're a nefarious character, but others have pointed out to me that most of the times you're just drunk. So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That true?
What do you mean? Am I drunk right now?
No, not here, but those times that have been very bad where I'm like, how are you this annoying? He's been drunk.
Yeah, that happens. But also that conversation
And then he doesn't
from
remember
January,
things that he
I
said.
wasn't drinking
Hold on,
then
Eli.
either.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Foxy.
I still don't understand, Eli,
The
what the issue is.
problem is 2 points of rotation, right? Remember that? Nathan asked you what's wrong with that. Or two apparent rotations. My bad. Words are important. What was
Nothing's
wrong with that? So then what's
Nothing.
your problem, bro?
Because I'm not claiming they're two separate celestial poles. That's the only issue I
Because you're
have
a
with.
circle earther,
Just because
that's
you have an
why.
apparent rotation. Just because you
Because you're
have
a
an apparent
circle
rotation.
earther,
Just one at a
that's
time. Hold on,
why.
Eli. Just let him reply, then you can go. Go ahead, Foxy.
Yeah, Eli, just because you have an apparent rotation does not equate it to being a separate pole where everything's facing south. That's just not how south works.
Excuse me. Circle earther, let me ask you a question. Does the Southern Cross circle Polaris?
I believe so. We already went over this. When you're on
Okay, so
the equator, or let's say that,
okay,
let's say
AE
you're,
mapper.
Hold on, he's answering you,
hold on,
Eli.
let's say you're 20 degrees. I want to say, I don't know exactly what latitude Hawaii is
He's
at. But
the answer
can
is
I please,
obviously no.
Eli,
What do
finish?
you mean?
Eli, can you please let me finish?
Hang on a minute. Sorry, hello.
Okay.
Hang on.
Hawaii is in the,
Hang on. What? Nobody.
Hawaii is the north.
Nobody.
Hawaii.
1 second, Patsy. Patsy. 1 second. This is absolutely ridiculous.
I can't really hear you.
Just get a bit closer to your mic, Brian.
Okay. This is absolutely ridiculous. Nobody can make any claims about what the sky is doing and its orientation, right, and what it does or doesn't do. Nobody knows what it is to make that claim. Now, there's two things. If, right, in the south, you can do what you can do in the north, where three people at the same time can see, let's just say, three people at the same time can see the same celestial body, like Polaris or something like that, right? If that's
There's no
possible in
such
the north.
thing in the South, which we pointed out. So that's out. Nobody's even claiming that. No one remotely. No, you can't do that because there's no visible star that doesn't move in the South.
Yeah, but if you're talking about a center point, let's just say, that's what they call a celestial pole. But they're only calling it a celestial pole because they're going to create a second pole. There is only really a north celestial pole. Look, it doesn't matter whatever they say. The point is that it does, like when you're in the south or south of the equator, right, you're looking at the sky, and if you're actually studying it, it does appear like things go around a kind of a center point, and you can see that in time lapse, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is that we can't say that that circle is not moving like a gear cog around the center gear cog, or we can't say that it is. Like we're trying to put terrestrial rules onto something that is obviously not terrestrial. So arguments about that are like they actually come from ballers because the ballers put terrestrial rules on these things because they start giving them terrestrial compositions and movements and all this sort of stuff. The point is that having that argument is stupid because none of you can prove your point.
Eli and Vaxi, he's nearly there. Like 2 more sentences and Brian's done. Promise.
Yeah. The point is that if you're trying to put terrestrial, Earth-based rules onto what's going on in the sky, anyone doing that will always be on a loser because you don't know what they are or how they do what they do or what they're composed of. They're not terrestrial, they're celestial. So trying to put those rules onto it, everyone will be wrong because none of you can prove your point.
I think Brian's finished.
The one thing I can agree with is that in the north you see a rotation, but around Polaris, which coincidentally also happens to appear to move, and then you have in the south another place in the sky where things rotate around apparently that whatever that is, you can see the rotation. The things that are rotating around that point in the south aren't doing that in the north. That is just a description of what we see in the north and south. Nothing about a cog of the south still turning around the north or any of that extra stuff that we don't experience or see. So the point is, when it comes to this conversation, you know what's interesting? You said something about the ballers tricking us. And that's very interesting because all of the times that we've responded to ballers that all the stars move east to west, that's been kind of ignoring them saying that in the southern sky there's an opposite rotation.
Is there?
Now, I don't know why we've done that. But there was a citation shared And with Jedi from one of the panel members, and the citation said all of the stars rotate around Polaris. I think that's what it said. All the stars move east to west around Polaris. I asked for the citation, but they didn't have it. So I'm like,
That can't
But
possibly be
I-
true, though, because obviously if you go beyond the equator, then you can't see Polaris.
Well, one of our panel members to shut this conversation down provided that, and I was like, "How? That is this. That it pissed me off," and I'll tell you why. Because when I look into it, you know who claims that all the stars move around Polaris? Nobody. But they will correct you and say, however, because the Earth is turning, all of the stars appear like they're rotating around the North Celestial Pole, which Polaris happens to be above. So in a roundabout way, in a spherical sense, because the sphere is turning, all the stars move around Polaris. What the heck were we doing ever saying something like that?
Yeah, well, it's the same like that. That's it's ridiculous logic, not from you, but from the citation or whatever. Because that, if you're talking about from a ball point of view, and it rotating, and you're talking about an apparent rotation of the celestial bodies, the Coriolis effect, and you could equally say, well, all the stars rotate around the south celestial pole in the same way at that point. It's come like a lot of our arguments about the sky come from them and their straw man arguments towards us because they act confident as if they have answers and they know when they don't have anything. You know what I mean? They're just bullshitters. Sorry, I hope that's not bad language on the show with Nathan. But the lawyers, are believers, and they want to put some kind of terrestrial rules onto what we see, and then ask us, where is your terrestrial explanation for this thing that nobody knows about? That's what they're
No, you're right.
Pardon me. Can I ask a question? What Eli? Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas?
I'm
what you
sorry,
just
this is
said?
just not an opportune time, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I wanted
He's
to talk
never
about.
able to get in. Let him get in.
I have my hand
Everybody
up and
just
everything.
yield for a second. He'll get his point out in about 30 seconds. Go ahead, D.
All right. What I was saying back to Eli, what he was saying, when you said we, what were we doing? And as far as that, it appears as if the stars are moving because the sphere is moving. When you say we, you mean like what is us as human beings, or because I didn't know that we were saying that. I thought they were saying that.
No, we were saying when Globers were asking us how do we explain what was it? I forget exactly how do you explain the southern hemisphere, whatever, going in the opposite rotation or something like that. And our response has always been they go in the same direction, east to west. But that actually just that's just an acceptance of the initial premise anyway. That's not really an addressal of what they were saying, because unlike a lot of the times when ballers say things that have nothing to do with reality, there actually is an apparent different rotation, but we've never answered. We, this panel, I mean, because the only answer we've given is all the stars rotate east to west. Doesn't address the problem one iota.
It's not a problem.
It's not a problem, but if we're going to talk about it, the conclusion better not be all the stars move around Polaris. And then that has happened.
Well, I did have a point about that I was going to try to make earlier.
One more thing, though, Vaxie, because I wanted to speak back to Brian about the, who knows what the sky is doing and blah, 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 blah. But again, that's to creep away from what we definitively can say. Now, there's no mistake about it. If you can see the Southern Cross for 24 hours at a given time of year, it's safe to say it's not circling Polaris in any kind of possible way. That just makes no sense.
Ryan's washing his hands.
So now, again, what I was telling y'all about Vaxwax, when I was telling y'all that he was a circle earther, a Dave Weissite, a AE mapper.
Oh boy.
That's what
Oh, that's
he's
fair to say, but go on.
he's run away from that for so long, because every time I bring it up, he's matter of fact, you know what? Let me ask y'all, do y'all remember him saying that wasn't true? That he never said that?
Never said what?
Wasn't true.
That he never said that the world is like, the ice wall and the A map and all of that.
Eli, whether you like it or
I'm
not,
asking y'all, not him.
everything in the northern latitudes happens to
See,
line up with the AE
he's
map.
going
It just
on his
is what it
script.
is.
I need y'all to respond to what I'm saying, asking y'all. He's on his script. I don't need that.
Well, we were talking about the ice wall today because my brother had brought it up.
Oh
I
my
don't think
God.
he was. I don't think he was agreeing with it.
I'm asking you what you heard when I said that Vaxwax was a circle earther. What has he responded with every time I've said that?
He hasn't really.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking.
Latitudes are circles. So what, Eli?
Actually, Nathan, you're right. He does what he's saying, right? He does what he's doing right now. So again, let me make it clear for y'all, because he only said it once until the other day, and I got it recorded. So I forget what the context was, because it's not just that he said the map, but it was the context behind it. But ultimately, he said that when Miggy asked him, so what gold standard are we going with? Because Vax was making a claim for Miggy then to ask him that. And he said, well, I know you guys don't like it, but for the northern part of the earth, or the northern latitudes, or whatever he said the AE map is perfect. It's fine.
Okay, is
So
that incorrect or correct to say?
I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close to perfect. It's not bad. It's not a terrible
No,
representation of the North.
it's not incorrect unless you're using it as a reification.
It's a sun map in that regard, and does it work? It works reasonably well. I've checked. Does it work in the south? No. Does it match up with the time and date information we've got? No. So overall, it's a fail, but does it work reasonably well in the north? Yeah, I would say so. I'd say it's reasonably accurate. But I don't need to make this claim. I don't need to stand by it. Who cares?
Well, that's where this problem originates, because when there are Australians or people talking about how they navigate in the South, all Vaxwax brings up is latitude and north and this, that, and the third, and reference to the AE. Why? When in order to refute the person and what he's saying about the South. Does that make sense to you?
Say that again.
When someone is just talking about the South and navigation in the South, and he just starts coming out of nowhere talking about things in the North, and so whatever they were saying was wrong because the AE map works just fine. Does that make sense to you?
I don't think the AE map
No.
works good at all for the southern latitudes, Eli. What are you talking about?
I didn't see what I'm saying, and I didn't say that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Someone is just talking about the South. He comes in and tells them they're wrong because of insert AE map and circles of equal altitude and all the other rhetoric. But the bottom line, he's the only one that actually claims that all the stars rotate around Polaris. That's a claim. So when we're saying, no, the Southern Cross doesn't appear to be circling Polaris. So no, that's like when you say gas pressure requires containment in the face of people saying that, well, outer space is a vacuum. It's not even necessarily that you're making the claim about a container, it's the response to what's being said. So the response to what Vax is saying about all the stars circling one point, the answer is, well, in the South, it doesn't appear like that. And then he goes, oh yeah, well, what is a circle of equal altitude? What does that have to do with anything?
That's what I said, really?
Or he's asking you,
Yes.
how is it relevant to the argument if you're debunking the azimuthal equidistant map based on its failings, and then you seemingly defend it by asking about areas of equal altitude? Eli's issue is that comes across as cantankerous.
Well, my whole point about stars in the southern latitudes going east to west. Well, I mean, for one, that's not even anything to argue about. They do go east to west, but they said they go around Polaris east to west is a claim I feel fine with because, like I said, if you're in Hawaii, which is 19 degrees north latitude, you can see Polaris and the Southern Cross at the same time. And when you're looking at the Southern Cross from Hawaii, the Southern Cross is moving east to west across the sky, but Polaris still isn't moving. So there are points where you can see southern quote unquote circumpolar constellations from the north still moving east to west in the sky. There's only one thing though. There's only one star that's not doing that, and that's Polaris. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, could I be? I could be wrong about that, but I mean,
That's
just
completely irrelevant,
that
bro.
way.
And this is the stuff that
Okay,
people
so
get
the
upset
Southern
about.
Cross moving east to west.
Vaxi, stop. Just stop. Let him reply, because and just listen to what he's saying. Just say it as calmly as you can, please, Eli. Thanks.
This is why people don't like you.
No, don't do that. No, you're about to make a good point.
No, well, that's what I was saying. Upset, don't like, it's the same thing. Okay, the reason I don't like you is because you've upset me, because what the heck does any of that have to do with what I previously said?
Which was?
In the South, when you have observers and it doesn't, that has nothing to do with the AMAP.
Kitty.
So why are you bringing it up? Why? What does it have to do with what I said?
I don't think I've ever brought up the AE map, literally ever.
Oh my God! You see what I'm? What does what you just said have to do with what people say when they're talking about the South? That makes you feel like you have to interject for some reason. What does what you just said have to do with any of them?
Nothing. I just don't think there's two celestial poles. That's really the crux of it. You guys do think that.
You can't say that.
That's fine.
Because the Southern Cross is circling something, not Polaris.
Except for when you're in Hawaii and it moves east to west across the sky.
When you say, hold on, just 1 second, backseat. When you say it's circling something, I don't necessarily know that that's the case. When you say, what's it circling?
Okay, then? So again, earlier I said, well, and this is something Jedi said. I don't know. I don't live in the South, but there's certain times of the year that you can see the Southern Cross above the horizon the entire time. That's it.
But you said it's circling a point. What point?
Well, it's making a circle, is it not? And whatever. Okay, we're going to be this pedantic. Nathan, in the north, what point is the sun circling when it's 24 hours up in the sky?
What point
exactly?
What point is the northern stars rotating about? There is a fixed point called Polaris in the north.
Well, Polaris isn't fixed, right?
Polaris is what?
Kind of.
We don't know that.
But again, that might be a point that let's talk about. Forget that. The bottom line is the sun itself. You can see it 24 hours in the north, right?
Yep.
it's circling a point at that point. It's circling something. It's making a circle. Right?
Well, we don't know it's making a circle. We don't know what the sun is.
Hold up. When you're looking at the sun for 24 hours above the horizon, circle you don't know it's making a circle?
Yeah, it's circling you. You got it
I
right
suppose,
in the end.
yeah, it's circling you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if
I've
you're
seen it.
looking at the southern cross,
hold on. It's being, hold
southern...
on. Hello. It's being disagreed with by Brian, I believe. Are you disagreeing with that? Because I've got footage of it, Brian.
No, my point is that when Eli says the sun is circling you, I can see the sun coming from the horizon, up in a line in the sky, and then going back down in a line, right, from where I am. So that's not a circle. But I will see the sun. I can video the sun circling me from beyond the Arctic Circle in our northern summer.
Yeah, right.
That's
Okay.
hold
on. Hello. You don't have to cut him off. Yes. So it seems like Brian and I are in agreement then.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the place that you can see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Not when you see it appear to come from the east and set in the west.
Yeah,
like, we're talking about the particular instance where you can see it in the sky for 24 hours.
Yes.
It's circling you.
Yes, in Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live, whatever it is, 10 years ago, yes, one of the participants showed the sun circling about his position. Now, that's a bit of an exaggeration because he was doing his stuff throughout the day and he's obviously moving around and doing his stuff and living his life. But he's showing that it's sun all day and it's never going below the horizon. So every time he tuned in, there it is over there above the horizon. There it is over there above the horizon.
Okay. So now, if you're in the south looking at the Southern Cross, make a circle around you and you look up and, Polaris isn't anywhere in this, in the sky that I'm seeing.
Vicinity.
It's making a circle, just not around Polaris.
Hold on. What makes you think that the Southern Cross makes a circle around you?
What makes you the same? I didn't see it. I'm going to repeat.
Either. Well, I haven't seen that, so I mean, I can't confirm that that's the case because I have not seen that.
Like I said, Jedi has said that it can be seen, the Southern Cross, at certain times of the year, 24 hours. That's all. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. But that's what I was told.
Suggesting that you get 24-hour night time and you see the Southern Cross the entire time. Is that what he's suggesting?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So the bottom line is, if that's the case, it's very simple. It's not circling Polaris.
Okay, fine.
You can't see the Southern Cross for 24 hours straight.
Yeah, I don't know that's not the case, but I would err on agreeing with Brian just because I've never had it evidenced. But a lack of evidence doesn't necessarily conclusively prove that it doesn't happen. But I would still lean in with Brian and go, I'm not sure that's the case.
No.
Let me just do a quick
what you can do is you can see, this is the thing. You can see it throughout the night time, and at particular times of the year, it's claimed to be like above, let's just say, basically, you can pre-assume where its point would be in the daytime if it was making a circle around a particular point, right? But it's mathematical pre-assumption. That's all ball or nonsense, where they're telling you the star is there, but you can't see it because it's daytime. They can't prove that. They can't prove that the that the Southern Cross, for instance, is there in the daytime. They can just say it's there, and that's where it is, but we can't see it because it's daytime. It's like, no, that is begging the question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Brian's correct. Okay, I gotta bring that back across the street when I can. So you can't see it for 24 hours. However, it's kind of the same thing that Vax was talking about. Because if you're at 34 degrees south latitude, the Southern Cross is circumpolar, quote unquote, meaning it never sets below the horizon. Not that we can actually observe this. So that's that. Yeah, they're saying that, but the fact that I don't observe it, I don't even like touching this. You know what I mean? Okay, you're right, Brian.
Well, my question is back to your question, Eli. Who cares? Why is this relevant? In terms of how we measure the stars, north or south, We're using circles of equal altitude, elevation angles. Doesn't matter if you're north or south of the equator. The way the systems work, full stop, in all respects, is a flat Earth prerequisite. So, given that the debate, if you're to perceive there is one, would be best served convoluted with how we perceive the star's motion when the measurement and navigation using them is all flat, wouldn't you suggest that this is a red herring deviation away from the flat Earth prerequisite measurements that are always used without exception?
That's kind of what we are always talking about when VaxWax comes in bouldering into the conversation, wanting to talk about it again. When we're talking about flat Earth. And the whole point is, well, Vax, there's no observation of all the stars rotating around Polaris, so that just takes care of that.
Well, they can't. If that's the assertion, they can't do that. Beyond the minimum...
It's not even that we can't. It's just that it is what it is. So nobody should be making any claims that it is the case, something that we can't actually observe.
Yeah, exactly. If you're beyond a certain point, if you can't see it, how can you suggest that it's rotating about it? It's not there.
That's my point to VaxWax.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And then,
he's agreeing with you, Eli. Can you kiss and make up now?
Well.
I mean, but why did it take him getting a video and then us? I've only said the same thing over and over every time the conversation has come up.
Because I think you are talking past each other, to be honest.
I agree, to a certain extent. But I don't think that's Eli's issue. Eli's issue
that's
is...
what I was telling y'all. That he's not meeting any of the... He's saying that we're saying something, but I'm saying this. He's talking past me. That's why the conversation is the way it is. Everything, it gets me upset because all of the stuff that y'all are offering up now is the stuff that I was telling y'all when y'all were trying to figure out what was going on.
Fine.
Let me throw.
Okay, Brian.
Let me just look this in real quick. All right,
Fine. Neil, then Brian.
No, Neil came in just for I'll go after you. Go on there.
Okay, so when I went in there one time, AI telling me that over here on our side we deny observations, and I think that's what they were talking about, the South. Now I never made that observation, so I can't say anything about it.
But those who claim
No,
they saw the observation don't have
it's just the air that all the stars rotate around east to west, around Polaris in a circle. Like, I'm heavily opposed to that. That's a baller claim. But some of us have been sharing that citation and saying that.
Well, it's actually a lie.
I thought the baller claim was that all the stars in the South Circle, Sigma Octantis.
Just one sec, Vaxi.
Hang on.
Brian's in the queue, then Vaxi. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Yeah. Anytime the sky is brought up, whether it's brought up by a ball or it's brought up by a flat earther, we must remember something. Everything we've been told about and the motions up there, and what it does and how it does what it does from our position, it's purely based on globe mathematics, right? And making that, what's going on up there, a terrestrial situation, not a celestial situation. I'll give you a couple of examples. Why did they say we have two celestial poles? Why did they use the word pole? What else? What other two poles are they claiming we have?
Just tell us, Brian. Just tell us. Don't ask us. Tell us.
Yes. Two geographic poles and two magnetic poles. You see where this celestial pole stuff comes from. Now, there is a pole star called Polaris, but there is no Polaris or pole anything in the south, right? So we can say we have Polaris, but two celestial poles is placing the sky at two ends of a globe. Do you understand what I mean? So that's just one example where that rhetoric has you poisoned. And you can argue about something using that terminology when the terminology is pure heliocentric nonsense. That's all it is. They need two geographic poles and two magnetic poles. So they need two celestial poles.
Gotcha. So you're saying if you utilise the application after the fact, then you're going to get tied to heliocentric rhetoric, whereas if you just stick to the measurement, you can't go wrong because it's a flat Earth prerequisite. So why bother getting into the rhetoric of how it's applied?
Well, everything for them in the sky is terrestrial. They don't have a celestial. Do you know what I mean? That's separate because they give terrestrial compositions to these things and they try to give them terrestrial movements. But that's one of the reasons why they had to throw out a lot of Newton stuff because it didn't match what they needed to match in the sky, his laws of motion and different things like that. Because what's going on in the sky is not terrestrial. So they have to keep changing and come up with general relativity to try and deal with problems. And now that they need quantum gravity, it's like because what's happening up there, it just doesn't face anything terrestrial, which is why we can't measure the height of the things. It's why I can stand north of the Arctic Circle in the northern summer and videotape the sun going around in a circle. It might dip towards the horizon more, but it'll go around the circle. Whereas where I am here, it'll come at an angle straight line, straight from the horizon up to a zenith, and then a different angle straight line down. That's not a circle for me here. So that means we have no idea what the sun is. So why argue about it? I'm not saying that we can't describe it, but can we put the whole lot in the sky into one mathematical, description? No, I don't think we can because it just doesn't do what we need it to do to do that. The only people that could do that are the people who place us on a globe, to be honest. Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome.
I guess Brian pretty much summed up what I was going to say.
Say that again.
I'm saying it was a pre-assumption that just because we all on both sides witness celestial bodies circling a point in the north with Polaris all the time being in the center, or well, I'm not gonna say assume, but in the center when you're in the north, and you definitely see it rotating around you when you're in the proximity and vicinity of the north. It's supposed to be an assumption under the globe concept that should be happening, and you have to believe and have faith that when it's 12 o'clock noon and that sun is beaming, that it's right there. You can't see it, but trust me, it's right there because tonight or the time when it's nighttime, you're going to see it right there. And that's all pre-assumption. That's believing, just like you have to believe, but you don't observe anything. You just have to believe it. Just like you don't observe that the earth is curved. You don't observe the feeling of it spinning, but you just have to believe that and just take our word on it. It's all pre-assumption and belief. That's all it is.
Well, it's kind of, when you're asked the question as a flat earther, you're asked, where does the sun go in the night for you in the night? I have no idea what it is. I don't know what the sun is. I can't make any claims about it. Flat earthers, they are trying to work out, well, it's about 14 or 12,000 miles. And when it gets over here, then it's like, you're just making stuff up. You have no idea. Nobody knows what the sun is. And the border asking you that is putting you in a position that all they have to say, the sun is stationary and we rotate. That's all they have to say. Right? And they say, which means absolutely nothing. Sorry?
That would be a double standard, because if they're gonna suggest that we triangulate the position to the sun to get its proper distance, and then they're like, oh, poor luck, looks like you guys can't do that. Like, no, look, they've laid out a standard in which you're going to listen. Here's the thing: you're standing on the ground, and they're saying, "Okay, flat earther, you're a flat earther, right? Okay, go to these 3 different points and try and triangulate the sun." Okay, well, now I propose, okay, you're a globe earther now. Now on the globe, go to 3 different points and then try to triangulate the sun. Are they going to do that? No, because there's a double standard. Because how they tell you the distance to the sun is a completely different thing.
Yeah, exactly. Them putting on those, where's your distance to the sun just because they have one? This rubbish. I don't have to give a distance to the sun just because you make up a load of rubbish. I don't have to make it up. You know what I mean? But flat earthers are constantly falling for this utter nonsense. It's they can make whatever claims they want, stick to what claims they make. And then they say these flat earthers will never make claims. Yeah, because we don't know. That's what they were saying for a long time about FED. They never make claims. Yeah, why should I make a claim about the sun? I have no idea about it. It's a complete mystery to me. I know nothing about it to make a claim about it. It's stupid. But that's what they do. Everything they do involves them supposedly having remember, the word QE is always using explanation. Who cares if you have an explanation? You can't prove your position. No matter what you do, you can't prove your position. And your position has to start with a flat earth anyway, if you want to get technical about it, mathematically. So the whole thing, because they need a globe to start. You know what I mean? Which requires the earth to be flat to come up to hijack the measurements that you need to mathematically create a globe. See, there you go. So for flat earthers instead want to go, I think it's about 4,000 miles high. What is this? What is 4,000? The sun. What's the sun? All they can give you is hydrogen or some nonsense that heliocentrism pumped out. You know what I mean? They don't have a clue. So suddenly they're trying to make claim, and the baller will disprove them with some heap of complete heap of load of rubbish that it doesn't prove or disprove anything. It just shows the flat earther to look stupid.
Yeah, and you got to be very careful of these traps. Like Globers aren't here to be right; they're here to lay traps. And those traps are get you to talk long enough for you to say something wrong for them to latch onto.
Yeah, they want to have conversations with you, even privately. And I guarantee you, they're probably recording a lot of those ones the flat earthers haven't privately, because they're going to start. Let's have a big intellectual conversation where you let your guard down and make stupid claims and start agreeing with things that you normally wouldn't, because you're trying to be a nice guy. This is what they're trying to work off of. Literally, no, I'm not lying. That's what they tried to do. They tried it with me. It didn't work with me ever, but they tried it.
It's called deception. Manipulative deception. It's one of the things that it's like 3-card Marley of the mouth. Eli know what I'm talking about. 3-card Marley of the mouth. That's what it is.
I know what you're talking about, the 3-card Marley. You chocolate off the bottle.
They do that over there. They do that over there.
Sorry. Oh no, just know what it is. I know what it is. I don't have to say that, but we know it is. Same thing. You know what I mean? Just people trying to be con men, basically. But yeah, we just got to be careful, like in general, arguing about what's going on in the sky and it can appear to do something, but what it appears to do, then how we refer to it, often end up being two completely different things. Like it's just not. It's not possible to. You can't get to whatever they are. You can't get to where they are if you have a position even. That's one thing Harvard used to say. They don't have any basically geometric position because they're not geometric. Like the horizon, it's like the measurement of the distance to the horizon is impossible because the horizon is not a geometric point you can measure geometrically a distance to. Right? You can, with demarcation points, you can say it's behind or in front of something or at about something, but that doesn't mean anything because it can move in 10 minutes time because it's not geometric. So it's the same thing with the stars, you know.
So my son tried to do last night with the two rotations, but I would not let him take me there. I just kept bringing him back down to what I was trying to explain to my other brother.
Well, maybe that's the problem. Because again, when people say there are two rotations, don't let it.
No. When he says there's two, hold on, let me finish. When he says there's two rotations, he's affirming his globe. He says it straight out like that. It only can work on a sphere, and it could never work on a flat Earth. This is in a process.
So what was your response to that? Was it to ignore that completely?
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to tell me?
Well, I'm explaining I want to know whether you did one thing or the other thing. That's fine. You're trying to tell a story. Go ahead.
Oh,
sorry.
Forget about it, Eli. Holy shit.
Why is it when a person wants to apologize and it takes Mike time to do that, you get so fucking exasperated.
That's right.
Like, okay.
Oh, Eli, were you going to give me an apology?
For what? No,
Well,
there's
I
no
mean-
point like Polaris, even though Polaris moves a little bit. No, there's nothing like that in the South. It's something that I've already said, and no one's said otherwise. I don't have anything to apologize to you for. You've lied multiple times.
You
no,
said Polaris
I
moves a little bit.
lied about anything.
Hang on, Eli. You said Polaris moves a little bit. Now, I've seen videos where Polaris appears to make a small arc, right? Now, that arc is not in alignment with the other arc the stars around it are making. Other videos, it appears to make a straight line, and other videos, it doesn't do anything. So I want to use the same standard with you as I've used with ballers who have been hassling me about this for about 2 months now, because something I said in one of my videos. Is there a 24-hour time lapse from let's just say northern Finland, somewhere north of the Arctic Circle, right, or Alaska or the North Pole area, whatever, right, of Polaris making a circle during the northern winter? Because you will have 3 months of darkness, so there will be some time where you will have 24 hours without clouds, and you would be able to film it. Because that time lapse doesn't exist. Yet there's a claim that Polaris is making this little circle.
You know what? That's an excellent question. That's a good point, because everyone has been careful to say it's not a circle, but it does move. But the point is it circling a point that we can't see? Because if that's not the case, step the fuck off of that. Sorry, the cursing. Step off of that. You're right. Because obviously, if it's circling a point that we can't see, we would see it in a circle if we can see it for 24 hours. That's my logic.
Well, what I've been getting is, so you're in, I've had like this one particular guy, he's asked me now well over 50 times at this stage, whether I'm saying that I'm right when I say Polaris is not moving and its GP is fixed, or that the Celestial Almanac is right when it says that Polaris's GP and Polaris makes a little circle around a North Pole, right? And I said to him, I'm willing to admit to being wrong, right? When I said it's not moving and its GP is not moving. Once someone produces that 24-hour video, because what's happening is people are seeing what appears to be a little bit of movement in some videos. And as I said, some show a little arc, some show a straight line, and some show no movement. So there's no consistency, right? And I said, I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, and that you're right, much to say, and what the Almanac is claiming is correct, because I don't trust the Almanac, because it was changed, right? Modified more than one time, and heavily modified in the 1700s, is that when you produce the video, there should be a 24-hour video of Polaris doing this. We have time-lapse for a long time. There's lots of people in places like northern Finland, and places like that have cameras. They're not all savages or anything like that. The only indigenous people out that, if you want to go towards north, you're talking about the Eskimo types, right? And they have cameras too, believe it or not, right? The point I'm making is nobody has produced that video because it literally doesn't exist. So it's a little bit like the 24-hour Antarctic sun. You know what I mean? Nobody saw any 24-hour Antarctic sun until this video, right? Proper video that they could somewhat trust until December 2024, and then we can't trust that video anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's really bad. So it's the same with the Polaris thing. Show the video and support the Almanac, or forget it. Because just because the Almanac says something doesn't make it like the Almanac has shifted it, like everything around to fit a globe since the 1700s.
We have access to validating that claim. If it's moving in a circle like the sun, we should be able to see it. If it's moving in a circle, period, I don't even have to qualify it with it. If it's moving in a circle, we could see it.
Yeah, but what you have is you have the ballers when in the videos where Polaris appears to make a small arc, right? They're going, it makes a circle. It's like, hang on a minute, right? Even if we were to take that video where it makes a little arc, you can't say it makes a circle because you don't have evidence of this circle. You have evidence of the stars making a time-lapse circle over, right? You could say it like that, right? But you don't have evidence of this Polaris doing this. Like, if we even forego the other times where it doesn't make a circle or doesn't move at all.
It should be like a little bullseye or something, or with no point in the middle.
Yeah, it would be that would be the North Celestial Pole that they're talking about. See, their North and South Celestial Pole, the North and South Celestial Pole that they describe them are like an empty space where these things just go around, or a darkness, or whatever you want to call it, whatever way you want to describe it. The point is, though, is that why do we not have a 24-hour video of Polaris doing this? It's not. I find that a little. I don't say it doesn't prove anything, right, or disprove anything, really, for flat Earth. But they have a claim and they have a necessity to have Polaris doing this circle over a 24-hour period. We don't have that. It's like the Antarctic 24-hour sun. We don't have a necessity for that to be there or not be there, but they have.
Right. I think I could stand on this by saying it was always the point. Well, especially, matter of fact, it's the point now, especially moving forward, that whether you're going to be taking an elevation angle in the north or in the south, the prerequisite is still a flat Earth.
Yes.
Still a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, so focus on that rather than this. As much as it's nice to hash these things out, what difference does it make? Our place in this argument isn't to be cartographers or navigators, unless we are, if you know what I mean.
I mean, that is the point. It literally makes no difference what the sky's doing based off of what country you're standing in.
I'm glad you agree now.
So, I've always agreed with that.
Because when people are saying they're making measurements in the South and you're questioning them about what they see and latitude and what a circle of equal altitude is, when they're trying to tell you about a measurement they're making using the flat Earth in the South, I always said, what difference does it make? And then you would say, so just tell me, do you agree? How about 30-something latitude? Like, do you agree that's a circle? Like, that's a ridiculous way to respond to someone who's trying to give a flat Earth measurement in the South.
I mean, if someone wants to take an elevation angle to the southern, a star in the Southern Cross, that doesn't bother me at all. The only issue I ever had, because up until this point, up until this issue came across, I didn't have any problems with anybody in 24/7. I was in there for months and months and months and never once had an argument. And I thought everyone, oh, this is great, because it's all these new people who I never even knew existed. So I thought it was great. It's just that once I was told.
What issue are you talking about, Max? Because you just said this issue. What issue? Because I'm still not. Yeah, I'm still not sure what the issue is.
I was really about to say what the issue was, but you started talking. The only issue I had, when I heard it, it kind of put me aback. I'm like, I don't know if I like that, was when the people in 24/7 started telling me that there's two celestial poles. That's it. I didn't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. And I mean, if they get a lot of baller traffic, I didn't see how. Huh?
But here's the thing: there's two rotations. What's the problem?
Well, as I've said a billion times, just because there's an apparent rotation does not.
I don't know if anyone said that initially.
Eli and Brian, you've asked him, now he's answering, and you're just rumpusing him. He needs to be able to give him clear airways after you ask him something.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's an apparent rotation in the South does not equate it to being a separate celestial pole. That's the only issue I have. Because when you got to think about what you're claiming when you're claiming that there's a southern celestial pole.
Can I interrupt you here?
No, you can't. When you're claiming there's a southern, you're claiming
that I'm claiming Here's the problem. You're claiming that because people are saying there's a rotation in the south that's not the rotation in the north, that they are claiming another pole. That's what's going on.
Eli, do you think there's one celestial pole or two? What's your opinion? Just for a point of clarity.
I never made a claim about anything other than there being two apparent rotations. Do I have to be forced to say that there's two poles? No. And I'm not saying it. That doesn't mean that I'm not saying that there appears to be two rotations, though. So it's no point in going circular that when I respond that there's two rotations that you go, so you're saying that there's two poles then. No, I'm not. And that's the point everyone's been trying to make to you.
Okay,
That's on the video. That
okay,
you
one
said.
second. 1 second, right? I thought this was the problem originally, and then I got confused. I didn't know if I was right. Now I know I am. Eli is saying that there's two rotations or points of rotation, right? Actually, you have an issue with the claim of two celestial poles. I would agree that both of you are correct to have this right. There does appear to be 2 points of rotation, right? You can describe them that way, right? But you can't describe them as poles, right? Because number one, there's only one pole star, right? Number one. Number two, is the pole description is heliocentric and global. They need 2 celestial poles, so they started naming them the North and South celestial pole, as opposed to the North and South celestial
Indio
point.
explain that. What you're saying, I heard that explained to Vaxwax. I heard that.
Hold on a
What
second.
you're
First
saying,
off,
I heard that.
listen, the only issue I've had from the get-go, for one, I've never once said that there doesn't appear to be a second point of rotation in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa or
you've
wherever.
insinuated
I
that
never
those
once
of us
said,
pointing it out are insinuating that there are 2 poles. That's what you've done. That's the problem.
well, yeah, considering I was just told the other day, if I don't accept 2 poles, I'm not accepting reality. Who said that? Amish?
Who told you that?
No, he's going by Yoder now. But yeah, no, that's the
Who told you
consensus
that?
over there, and that's fine. But
Who
don't say
told
that
you
I'm
that?
lying when that's literally what they agree
Who
upon.
told you that?
I just said, dude,
Who?
Jedi's the one that gave me the diagram with, and he equated
Jedi
it
didn't
to
tell you that.
physical
Who
time.
told you what you said just now?
Yoder said that to me Saturday or Friday. If I don't accept
I
2
thought you
celestial
were
poles,
Yoda.
and again,
Who's Yoda?
that's one man saying that, but that's the consensus over there, and that's fine. I don't care.
No, it's not. Stop doing that. I'm literally telling you that I didn't say what you said. I know Jedi, I know AI, I know Indio didn't say what you said. So when you say someone said it, and I know that's the consensus over there, I'm gonna slap the mess out of you.
Well, first off, that's not happening. Second off, did you not listen to the video?
You see how,
even Neil
because
heard it with
all I
his own
said
ears.
was that people are saying there are 2 apparent rotations. He has insinuated that because I point that out, me, for example, his question to me is then, oh, so do you think there are 2 poles? My response is no, but there are 2 apparent rotations, though.
I've never disagreed with. I've never disagreed with there being 2 apparent rotations.
Yeah, you're saying that now. So what's your problem then?
What are you talking about? So you're saying that if you came up to me 6 months ago
people say
and
2
showed me a time
poles,
lapse in
except
itself,
I didn't say
I was going
that.
to call it CPR? Like, come on. I've never once said that there's no such thing as an apparent rotation in the South.
Yeah, but we didn't say that there were 2 poles either. We specifically explained to you that unlike what we quote unquote call a pole, Polaris, it's not actually, but that's what it's called. Same thing Brian said to you. There's no such thing in the South. That was also explained to you. So your gripe about not accepting 2 poles has nothing to do with any arguments or any acceptance on our side.
You guys absolutely claim 2 celestial poles, dude. It's fine.
No,
He's
it's
doing
really
it, and
weird that
he's
you're
lying
denying
about it.
it.
Like,
It's
there's a whole deal. No,
He
come
doesn't
you
do
on.
can't
it
say
like
I'm
that.
lying. It's not true.
Can we review the video?
One at a
Can we
time.
review the video?
Inaudible.
We got a video.
Hello.
Can we review the
Completely
video?
inaudible with 3 people talking. One at a time.
There's a video. Can we just review that? It should be fun, right? We still got time. There's a video. The things that he's saying is being said. Maybe it's on the video. Let's review that since he took so much time to go get it.
Nathan's like, nope.
Well, not now. I'm going to round out shortly.
He's like,
that
it is
turned into a whole
tantalizing, but at the
4-hour
same
thing.
time.
Why are we in this position where we're here on FED arguing about what may or may not have been said on 24/7 politics or whatever?
Because Vax won't let it go.
But for the record, I never brought it up today, dude. I never brought it up.
Things happen that didn't. He's gaslighting me. You expect me not to respond? I'm sorry. Humans are susceptible to these tactics. I will not be gaslit.
Funny. I feel like I'm the one being gaslit. You guys gave me a diagram. You guys, hold on. You guys gave me a diagram. It was explained in the voice chat since we weren't looking at it.
It was explained to you what they meant when they gave you that. That was explained too.
Right. How did they explain it, Eli? Said you're not going to let me tell you. Why don't you tell me how it was explained?
It's the same way Brian explained it the other day.
As what?
Brian, can you explain what you explained the other day? Remember you were talking about
I could just say it real quick. It'll take me 10 seconds.
Like maybe side by side or something.
My God, do I have to step in again?
Sorry, Vaxi, 1 minute. Right, are you talking about with the 2 cogs of rotation?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. One cog in the center. Hang on, Vaxi. One cog in the center moving around. Moving around? And another cog on the outside of it moving around, and both of them are appear as they meet. They appear to rotate away from each other, and then they rotate back towards each other. But the one on the outside is rotating around the outside of the one in the center all the time. Now that's a description. That's not my description. That description of it, actually, believe it or not, where I saw that was the Flat Earth Society website years ago.
Okay, because I did want to ask you about that, because I heard you say that last week about the 2 cogs. Now, just for a point of clarity, like, is Polaris in the center of one cog, or is Polaris in the center where both cogs are touching?
Polaris is in the north cog. The north cog, what we would call the north cog, the center of that is Polaris. The point is, though, I can't prove that. That's just a description. That's a way of describing it. Right. That's not me proving that that's what's happening. It's just a way of describing the situation. That's it.
I can tell you. Here's the thing. There is nothing in the middle of the second cog that we can see. It's that simple, Vax. So
yeah, the only thing that's even close to it, we can't see with the naked eye, according to them.
So again, just because you can go, okay, let's try to soup up a little gotcha. Okay, is there a pole in the north because of Polaris? Okay, yes. Great. We got Polaris in the middle. So what's in the south then? No, fam, not Polaris or anything else, because there's nothing there, which is explained to you. Does that mean that there isn't 2 apparent rotations, which you agreed to already? No.
Yeah, but this nonsense of what they do, it's very subtle what they do. They say, well, Sigma Octantis is a south celestial pole star. It's like, hang on a minute. Sigma Octantis is not actually in the very center. It can't be seen with the naked eye. And it's not called Pole Tantis. It's called Sigma Octantis. Right? Whereas in the north, we have an actual star that has been and is named Polaris. And as far as I know, that name goes, if you go back to ancient Greece, it was called Polaris. Right? It's like, so
Brian, wait.
Come on.
Well, I Jedi mind tricked myself by correcting the conversation by talking about what we were actually talking about, which was the Southern Cross, don't you remember, now that I'm remembering, is that Vax said that everyone was claiming that Sigma Octantis was a point. Or am I tripping?
I can't remember. It's so convoluted, Eli.
Where'd that go? Remember that? That was just a couple days ago.
Well, didn't you say it was a point? Well, hold on, because in that video, you said it was a point, but we need equipment to see it.
In the video, say it. I swear. Yeah. Say it. Say someone said Sigma Octantis was a point. Say it.
Yeah, it's the point, but you need equipment to see it. That's pretty much what you said.
No. Say that someone said that Sigma Octantis is like the point in the middle of the southern circle, which is what you're trying to. That's what you're trying to really say. People are saying.
Yeah, said
that's not even the claim about Sigma Octantis, actually.
Yeah, but he said specifically out of his mouth that
we need equipment to
we were claiming that Sigma Octantis was a 1-to-1 with Polaris. He said that out of his mouth. Y'all don't remember that? Like, what do you?
That's not my claim.
I do remember an argument concerning that. Yeah, I do remember an argument concerning that. Let me just throw it out there, actually, for people. So to back up what I said earlier, the bowlers claim that Sigma Octantis is the South Celestial Pole Star. But they also claim, well, you can't see it with the naked eye, but when you can see it, it supposedly makes a little circle around what they call the South Celestial Pole. They then try and equate that to Polaris, that they're also claiming is making a little circle around a North Plane Celestial Pole. Now, that has never been shown to be the case. The point is that you can see Polaris. It is a pole star because it's been called Polaris, the pole star, for God knows how long. You can see Sigma Octantis, right? And it's not at the center like Polaris appears to be. Whether it's exactly at the center, I can't say, but it's not. It's not. There isn't any southern version of Polaris. They just try to make one up. So anyone who
I don't understand why you guys are telling me this. It was never my claim that there was.
He's nearly done.
Yeah, anyone who was saying that Sigma Octantis is at the center of the supposed southern celestial pole would be incorrect for a start. And I don't know anyone who would say that if they've been in this arena for a few years.
Well, of course, it would be on the video that Vax sent, since he said that was what was being claimed. That would be on the video, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what was claimed in the video was from Jedi. I can't remember exactly what he said.
No, we don't need revisionist history. I'm just going off of what you said already.
You gotta, yeah. He said that it's.
No, I don't want your new clarity on what he said. I just want to go with what you originally said because I'm calling you a liar based off of what you said, not what your revision of what you said.
It's fine. Doesn't really hurt my feelings that much. You're good. Because Eli, just like your opinion of me does not affect my everyday life. It's fine. But anyway, you guys described the sky as two opposing bicycle tires. One with a point in the north. You got the tire on the left, that's the north, right? All the spokes from the tire are converging into that one center point, which is Polaris.
That's incorrect.
You got the opposing bike tire. That's called
incorrect.
The south.
That's a straw man. One second. That's a straw man.
God.
No. That's a straw man. You said you guys destroyed.
This is how they explained it to me. Just shut the fuck up.
No, that is how it has been destroyed. They're just really.
This is how fucking Jedi explained it to me in the video.
My God, see what you did there was you said you guys that's straw manning someone, right? How it has been described is different from someone making an actual claim that that's exactly what's happening.
No, this is when I was confused with them, and I said, "What do you guys mean by two celestial poles?"
Nathan, we could have played like 20 minutes of the video to be real. We're just sitting here arguing. The video, everything he's saying is that it should be on the video. Like, So, I mean, we're going to end the show or we're going to play the video? Because arguing with him is like
it's not an either-or situation, and I don't want to play the video because last time we played the video, we spent 2.5 freaking hours dealing with it to not get to the point, and I don't want to spend 20 minutes.
It wasn't that him? That wasn't me, right? That was him doing that, right? Am I him?
Is it really worthy of our time?
Yeah,
I mean,
this is the thing. Is this really worrying?
If you've kept the conversation going because this is a point of interest
I
to
haven't
some
kept this
people,
conversation going.
That.
I'm not the one wanting to thrash this out. This isn't me keeping this conversation alive. Far from it. I'll tolerate it, but me tolerating it is not me wanting it discussed or thrashed out. I think this is completely benign.
Okay, so then again, you're gonna have interruptions in your live show and your after show if someone's in here lying.
Yeah, I get that. And for the most part, I've tried to keep control, right?
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess if we're not gonna watch the video, there's not much else I have to say on this, like, because he's lying. So that's it.
See, this is what's irritating. And just for the record, I didn't bring this topic up today. Just, which people remember that. I wasn't even going to mention anything of this.
I personally blame Brian.
Let's just let it go.
Actually,
We're not going to, because there's no point. Eli's correct. Unless we're going to watch the video or listen to the video, and only if it's timestamped with the specific timestamps. Other than that,
an argument about
it starts in the beginning. It starts in the beginning. The very first lie told. It actually begins with our conversation and him saying, I was never around. He only had conversations with me here in FED. Right. Remember that?
Well, Eli,
remember that?
Yeah, I forgot. We had a discussion for 30 minutes 10 months ago, and I forgot that you were part of it. My bad. I'm a liar now.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Dude.
Jolly good.
Well, it's true. And then on top of that, so that's lie number one, because it's, here's a video of me, you, and Jedi. Okay. Lie number two, that anyone said that Sigma Octantis was a one-to-one point, when they're explaining to him exactly what you just explained to him, Brian, in the video.
Eli, I clearly state in the video that the night prior was when the claim was made. Not in the video that I found. I just happened to find a video that was in line with the conversation that we're having now.
So that video doesn't have any of the things you're claiming in it.
Well, in the video that he found, they're clarifying what he misinterpreted them saying the day before. That's what you'll hear in this video.
That somebody else said to me the day before. They're clarifying on behalf of what the other person said to me about Sigma Octantis. That's all they were doing.
No.
And I said, fine, okay.
You said that somebody said something about Sigma Octantis. They said, no, nobody ever said that. You can't keep doing this.
Eli,
you can't keep doing this.
Eli.
That's what the video says. You can't say that they said something that even on video they're saying they didn't say. And then every time someone asks you for a video where whatever you're saying someone has said is actually said, you can't do it. You gotta stop,
in the video. In the video, they straight up say that there's two celestial poles, and it wasn't a straw man when I mentioned the bike tires. Jedi is the one that mentioned it.
We gotta watch the video. We gotta watch the video. We gotta watch the video to see if they said that.
We don't, Eli, we don't. Actually, anything you're saying, I don't believe for a moment until you produce the exact words.
That's your problem, dude. The video's already produced.
Don't get angry at me,
buddy.
Don't get angry at me. It's because you have not produced any of the evidence for anything you've said so far.
Yes, I have. It's in the video Eli wanted Nathan to play.
No, it's not. The conversation you're talking about happened the day prior. You're talking about that conversation in this video. That doesn't prove what you're talking about. What you're saying from the day prior.
You know what's funny?
You understand?
All their videos are dated. The one where it would be the day prior, that date's not there.
Right.
Because this all happened on the 25th.
You can't make a claim until they say something then. Because that's like I can say
Okay, so the
anything. I can
video's
say,
not
oh, I
there,
was
so
in there and they said
therefore,
this thing and that thing, and I'm
how
not
is that
evidence.
my problem if the video's not there?
Why are you talking
Like the
straight
video's
through
literally
me?
not there.
Why are you talking straight through me? Why are you talking straight through me?
Because you talk
I want
straight
an
through me
answer on. I
constantly
want an
today,
answer
so
on
it's
that.
fine.
I want an answer on that.
You want an answer why I'm talking straight to you? Because I'm explaining to you that the video is dated. The
I
video is
don't need an
dated
explanation
January.
on that. I don't need an explanation, Faxi. Faxi.
Oh,
Eli
okay.
is
So
angry. Hang on.
it's just a
Eli is
Bacon
angry
Georgia
with
that
you.
date is, dude.
Eli is angry with you because, and I'm angry now with for the same reason, is that you keep on saying this person said this and this person said that. And it always seems to me miraculously that they said it when it wasn't being recorded or the video was gone. So you never produced the actual audio to support your position. Now,
Yeah, I
maybe you're
don't
not
record every
lying.
second
I
I'm in
can't.
Discord. I guess now I'm going to have to start
Maybe
doing
saying
that.
you were lying was a bit much, but until you can produce the evidence, I can't take what you're saying as gospel. It's that simple. Just
never said you
produce
had
the
to.
evidence, or you can't make the claims.
Look, the crux of this whole argument is 24/7 claims 2 celestial poles. I claim 1. That's literally all there is to it. I don't understand what the issue is
Now, let
beyond
me
that.
say this,
With the
Brian.
exception of some people saying that K-Lock is individual.
Brian, let me say this. This all, again, goes back to 24/7's position being, we don't give a darn hoot what they did in the so-called final experiment because the earth measures flat. You're going to be making a claim about either way, it's going to be affirming the consequent. So when people like Dave came out and said, well, people are saying they see a 24-hour sun in the south, that's not really true because everything rotates around Polaris. That is a baller claim. That is an AE projection freaking claim, a misunderstanding of the AE projection when you're going to say that all the stars rotate around Polaris. But that's a baller claim. And so when someone points out and goes, well, no, actually in the South, there appears to be another rotation. He's like, well, I'm claiming there's 1 and you're claiming there's 2. It's like, but I'm not reifying anything though.
No, I'm only claiming there's 1 celestial pole with Polaris in its center point.
All the stars rotate around. All of them, including the ones in the Southern Cross. But you can't make that claim because we don't observe that ever.
I already explained why I made that claim earlier. When you're in Hawaii, you can turn around and look at Polaris, and then you can look south and see the Southern Cross moving east to west across the sky. That's all I said. How is that not true?
We're still arguing what someone said and what you said at a time, and you haven't produced the audio, Foxy. You have to produce the audio and timestamps.
Have you listened to the audio, Brian?
You can't be saying these things.
The video that was produced, have you listened to it? Yes or no?
You didn't produce anything.
Have you listened to the audio from January 24th? Yes or no?
Is that you? What audio?
Have you listened to the audio that Eli wanted Nathan to play from January? Yes or no?
No, but that's no, it happened, and that's from the day after the
Frankly,
conversation.
if you haven't listened to it, then you really need to shut the fuck up about it.
Don't be causing. You're going to cause Nathan.
I have another question, Brian.
One second.
Because it goes. Shit. Man.
Go on. But there's a problem here.
I'm not Sigma Octantis. The Southern Cross going from east to west. Is it going southwest or northwest?
Bitch. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, Eli?
It does.
Whether it's going northwest or southwest, it's still on a westward trajectory.
Is it northwestern trajectory or southwestern trajectory, though? There is an answer. Don't tell me it doesn't matter.
Okay, so what's your answer then? Is it northwest or southwest?
No, listen. Is it?
You.
Because Let me explain it to
history
you
was
like this. I know that all the stars that circle Polaris will go northwest. I know that. So does Sigma? I mean, does the
That'll be
Southern
from your
Cross
position.
from your position? So from that same position, does the Southern Cross go northwest from that same position that you were talking about?
I don't get why you're trying to talk like this.
Oh my God. Oh, I don't know what this means.
Child.
Why does he ask? Uh-oh.
Hey, Eli,
Uh-oh.
one celestial pole or two celestial poles, bud?
So Brian,
Is there one celestial pole or two celestial
it's
poles,
very
Eli?
now you see what happens when he makes a claim and then
I just want to see if
I
we can
try
come
to
to some middle
expose
ground
it,
and see if
and
we
then
can
he goes
agree.
back to. Did you see how he goes back to trying to, for some reason, get me to talk about whether there's two? What does that have to do with anything?
This is nonsense.
You see
This is
what's
nonsense.
going on?
Yeah, this is
Oh, no,
exactly.
it's
This is
simple.
absolute nonsense. Right? Whatever claims you have, 1 second. Whatever claims you have concerning 24/7, get the audio of you having the conversation, not a conversation about the conversation a day later or any other stuff, about with you having that conversation with that person that you're claiming. That's what you need to do. And what you're doing
Yeah,
there
the audio
is
is
asking
fine.
Eli
You
whether
haven't
it's one
listened
or
to it.
two celestial poles. It's like, why are you asking Eli that? I have never heard Eli, I personally haven't heard Eli claiming there's two celestial poles. Now, he could describe them that way. That doesn't mean he can't, because we've been indoctrinated to describe them that way. But that doesn't mean there are two poles. That's a globe claim.
I know. Oh, I thought one pole was the globe claim. Weird.
No, two poles. They have two poles. That's
Yeah, I
that's
know
their
that.
claim. They have two. No, they have
Saying that
two
there's multiple
geographic
poles
poles,
is
two
stupid
magnetic
anyway.
poles, and they're trying to tell you they have two geographic poles, two magnetic poles, and two celestial poles. It's all begging the question. When they say south celestial pole, they're begging the question of a south geographic and magnetic pole of their globe.
Yes, I agree. That was the whole issue I had from the get-go. From the holiday season up
that's
until now,
fine.
that has
But
been
that's fine
the
to have
entire
that issue.
issue.
1 second. 1 second. It's fine to have that issue. But if you're going to say this person said this and this person said that, and it's becoming this much of an issue where we end up talking about it for most of an after show or whatever, then and this is not the first time, then there's no more argument that should be made about it. You should just get the audio and produce it. Otherwise, you can't say somebody was saying something.
I have.
You can't do that. Well, I
Eli's
haven't.
got
If
it
you
sitting in
produced
his
the audio, we haven't
DMs.
heard any of it. You produced audio of someone saying
No.
something about
You
gravity
haven't heard
a
any
few
of it,
weeks ago,
Brian.
and
Neil's
no,
heard
hang
it.
on. I did hear some of it. I did hear what you produced.
Yeah,
You
Neil
produced
listened to it as
audio
well.
2 weeks ago. 1 second. You produced audio 2 weeks ago claiming that somebody on there had said something about gravity. I think it was Miggy or Indio, one of these guys. And when you were going through it, Huey went through it, there was nowhere where we could find where that happened. Now, why
That was
QE had to
completely
go through it, I
different.
don't know, considering it's your claim.
The one that QE was fishing through, trying to find that specific little part about gravity, was literally just from, that was from 2 weeks ago. The video that I shared that Eli has sitting in his DMs that Neil listened to was from January.
Right. Well, and does that have the people in there with you saying the things you're saying to you on that audio?
Yeah, when they started explaining how the sky's two opposing bike tires, all the spokes going from one bike. Yes.
And you're in there. Right.
Listen,
and they 100%. Say exactly what you say they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jedi explained it to me like two opposing bicycle tires.
Is that a yes?
All the
is that a yes? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's not a yes or no.
Yes.
That's
yes.
vague.
Absolutely yes.
Okay, Eli, in that audio, do those people say what he says they say?
In the video, I hear people explaining what you've explained today, but I don't. They're not saying, here's two bike tires. Now, in the southern circle that we've talked about, right here, is where another pole star is. No one said that.
It's funny because you were talking about seeing it with the equipment, Eli.
But describing it with two bike tires is fair enough because you're just describing the two rotations. But you're not making claims about the centers of them being poles. You can describe them as two rotations. It's not like that.
Hold on,
That's the same as the gear code thing.
He abandoned. He came back to his initial point again. Yeah. So in the video, it's being talked about not seeing it with the naked eye. So now the conversation again is about Sigma Octantis. Now you're trying to say that someone is saying that Sigma Octantis, which you can't see, is the southern celestial pole star. You little fucking weasel. Is that what's being said on the audio?
Well, Eli, you literally said that you would need to have equipment to see Sigma Octantis. Now, Jedi himself said you got one bicycle tire.
So he's not responding. He's not responding. He's not responding. He's not responding.
Every time I mention bicycle tire, I get cut off.
He's not responding.
Okay.
I heard you the first 5 times, Eli. Thanks.
They describe it as
when I hear you the first 5 times, Nathan. Thanks.
Good Lord.
As many times you have to say someone's non-responsive. Are you kidding me?
So anyway, I was explained in pretty decent detail by Jedi himself, and Eli, you were there. Although you didn't make that much of an impression on me, so I forgot that you were even in the video. But
he's
whatever.
Not responding to what I'm saying.
The side is 2 opposing bike tires. You got one tire with all the spokes going around from the rim to the center. That one is called north, and the center, or as they said, slightly off from center, would be Polaris. The other bike tire, where all the spokes are pointing inward, is called south. That's literally them describing the sky as 2 celestial poles. They go on to explain
hold on, Brian. Stop, Brian. Okay, we got you. Now tell him he's non-responsive.
Now, my follow-up to that, which you may have not heard, maybe you were getting coffee, is did anyone say that Sigma Octantis was in the middle of that second circle?
No, he just said, Eli.
I heard what he said. I heard what he said. There's 2 circles. In the north, there's polarity.
You're missing the point you should jump on.
Excuse me?
You're missing the point you should jump on. He's just implying that people are employing something on 24/7. So that means he's not claiming they even said something. Actually, just added in something there as an implication.
No. They straight up say it's 2 celestial poles.
Oh, that's wonderful. Just all 3 of you talk at once, I would. Faxi, what the fuck are you doing? Faxi, so you're hearing Brian interrupt Eli and you think, I'll just pile in too. What's going on?
True, my bad. I'm just frustrated.
Brian, that was my opening gambit when I said he's taking what people have said and claiming he's insinuating what they're saying and claiming that that's what that's the first thing I said, man. It's literally how I opened the conversation. Like, forgive me for being upset that I don't want to focus on the first thing I said.
Past this. Eli.
I'm not walking straight past it. I already know that. He's walking straight past what I asked him. Because he said, I'm saying that he said, and y'all should remember that people are claiming Sigma Octantis is a 1-to-1, and then he starts talking about the 2 circles. He's insinuating, and in some instances that's why I'm asking him. Since you're saying this in one instance that Sigma Octantis is a point, because you're saying it's a point, you just can't see it. I've heard you guys talk about it. Okay, well, what's the context of that then? Are you saying that someone's saying that Sigma Octantis, the thing that you can't see, the thing that we discussed on the tape, did anyone actually claim that that is the South Celestial Pole?
Right, I am going to round out. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this extended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.